Anyway, you can end the room. It was nice talking to you. Honestly saying, when I joined, my intent was to make you realize that you guys are not doing good what you are doing, but in your own way, like you justify it very well. Anyway, it was nice talking to you.
There's no. I don't want to be a Jew. I don't want. I know. I don't want to be some fucking bumheads from some village called Yehuda in fucking Babylon.
Let's keep it centered, man.
You're not. Come on, even the Jews. We have no guarantees that the returnees, the Jews, came from Babylon. Who literally, that's why you're called a Jew. They're the ones who cemented, inflated the identity of the tribe of Judah with the very religion. That's them. The returnees. We have no guarantee that these people are actually probably God. That was exiled from the kingdom of Judah. We have no.
Okay, so here's what the Jews in Palestine did to try to intervene in Hungary. It's not an area of expertise that I have, so I had to research it.
Research what? You mean you just Googled it? Alright.
No, it's interesting. A special operations unit sent agents into Hungary and Slovakia in 1943 and 44 who were trying to organize escape routes and resistance. Unfortunately, they were caught at the border, tortured and executed in Budapest in November of 1944. So we're a lot of
failed rescue efforts.
Yeah.
But Cynic, I want to point out...
On behalf of the Jewish Agency?
Yes, they were.
Okay, where's your proof? Show me the source.
Well done. Get to the source.
Cynic, I think our perspective is a little skewed because Ashkenazi Jews who live in America that were post-Holocaust, most of us were rescued by some entity or another, right? That did some sort of heroic mass distribution of faith.
There's also a lot of Ashkenazi Jews whose grandparents came over in the 1880s or 1920s. So.
But the ones who experienced the Holocaust were rescued by someone, so our perception is.
Not all Jews victims of the Holocaust were Ashkenaz. There's Jews, like I said, out of the 10 million that were pre-World War II, only 7 million were Ashkenaz.
We don't split hairs like that, though. It's just
I split hairs. No, I do.
Well, that's not how other people
No, that's important. So when there's
ethnicity is just a categorize people.
No, your ethnicity is an Ashkenazi. That's your ethnicity. There's no
Ashkenazi.
No, you're an Ashkenazi.
No, we're a tribe. We're a tribe. That's
like a fucking Chinese Muslim.
We don't look at ethnicity. We look at it's a tribe. We're an ethno-tribe. We have a common origin point. We have a common language. We have a common culture.
Take over the identity and become synonymous with identity in recognition by reference from the external observer. And that doesn't mean they get to change history and claim they have authority to interpret now who gets to be a Jew. We have 1,400 years of who a fucking Jew.
Listen, we're not even laying claim to the land. Fuck off. Like I'm American. It's not like I'm claiming Israel. So why do you care how we associate?
Why? First of all, why are you putting yourself in the collective? One.
I don't know, you're trying to split hairs between Ashkenazis and fake Ashkenazis.
Because the hairs can be split because there is a difference between Ashkenazi and the Jews or people who were Jewish who are still, whether they continue to hold on to their background. Just because I convert to Judaism doesn't mean I'm...
Yeah, but they all intermarried. They all interbreeded. Who cares?
Well, I got you numbers.
That's actually factual.
Show you how literally you have to concede to it too.
But how can you split them if they've all married each other? Who cares?
Because instead we have the data. The numbers are too. So
it's not like they lived separately. They became one ethnic.
And the Jews, there's a difference. I'm telling you, 7 million Ashkenaz. The whole 10 million were not Ashkenaz.
Okay, sure. Well, who gives a fuck? We don't care.
I have the data. If you want everything, I wouldn't be...
I think it's irrelevant to this conversation. We're simply talking about why people today say Jews.
We're exposing how Zionists literally did not pre-warn the Jews in Hungary.
Agreed. We all agree.
In Palestine, so the Jewish Agency, they deliberately, not a single authoritative word was issued by the Jewish Agency or Zionist officials acknowledging the actual deportations. So that's the problem. So I have it also only 600 were arrested. That's it, and literally selected, handpicked. But this has to do with the Kessler trial. This is, or whatever it's called. This has to do. This is separate from the trials. This has nothing to do with that. There's more. This book is full of.
I actually think this is the consensus. I don't think this is. I think what you're reflecting is the consensus in Jewish history. That in fact the Jewish Agency
history. Holy shit! This is Zion. Stop conflating Zionism with Judaism. Come on, stop doing that.
We're talking about Zionists and Jews who save Jews,
okay,
right?
So if
Jewish history has to do with the
I
Holocaust.
just want you to realize if you continue to conflate Jew and Zionist,
In this case, they're both
then
involved.
you're telling people there is no difference. That's what you're telling people.
Yes, these are enmeshed. We all agree that these are enmeshed. Both your side and the Zionist side conflate when it's convenient.
What's my side?
The pro-Pallies and the pro-Israelis conflate Jews and Zionists when it's convenient and divorce them when it's convenient.
We're not guilty of shit.
We're talking about the fucking Holocaust, which happened to the Jews. Shut up.
Shit about Palestinians or Palestinian history or Jewish history or the history of the land. You're Jew by fucking name only.
That's not true. I've read all the
history. You fucking don't even know when the Bar Kokhba revolt happened.
Because I don't care about fucking biblical history. I care about modern history.
Like the Bar Kokhba.
I'm not. What is this, like Bible to be? Like, who gives a fuck? I don't believe in the Old Testament.
Bar Kokhba was on the Old Testament.
Who's the oldest rabbi?
Or the Nevi'im or the Ketuvim.
It's not in any of those. It's in what's
it called? The Maccabees 1 and 2, right? Which
no,
it's not. It's post Tanakh.
It's supposed to be.
It happened in 132 or 136. But anyways,
134 is the best data I have.
Yeah, probably. So the point is this, right? So you're talking about Zionism. Who cares about talking about ethnicity right now? We're not even like that's.
Talk about the Holocaust, which targeted Jews.
Offensive over literally.
Because you're talking about my family that was wiped out by the Holocaust, and you're saying that they're not Zionists. You're saying, oh, it's only about Zionists, it's not about Jews. No, my family were anti-Zionists, were killed. Okay.
Condemning the Zionists for literally
killing my anti-Zionist family.
Zionists, like that's a given. Like you don't need to back that up.
I'm exposing how Zionists literally.
You're acting like these are different groups, which were the same fucking people who were killed in the Holocaust.
It's not like they said, oh, here's where everyone lives, go pick them up.
If I literally know someone's going to your house to put a bullet in and spare you the fucking misery that you're in, and I don't go warn the police about it, I am complicit.
I agree the Zionists are complicit. Do you understand? I agree with that part.
They limited
They're
ability
at
to
least
change the outcome.
at least debatable, Yaakov, whether they're complicit.
No, they had limited capabilities to use.
Because they said they have the Hagara agreement. Did you read about that, Sinek? How they have to.
Yes, I know. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
They saved some at the expense of others. They handpicked who was saved.
No, hold on. The Germans set the price of what it meant to be able to get out. So they set it so high that only the rich Jews could do it. So that they together they set the number, okay? Then the Germans on their own said how many Reichmarks need to be deposited in the banks that would be flowed through to Bank Leumi in Palestine. They set the price, which meant that only certain people who were rich enough to buy in were able to get out.
Okay, but understandably, Yaakov, there's a whole generation of Jews that was resentful of it, right?
Yeah, of course they were, because they felt that
that they were betrayed by the Zionists.
Right, but it's not.
So Sinek's not wrong. The Jews also felt they were betrayed by the Zionists.
All I'm trying to say is that they didn't say we want these people versus those people.
They let the rich people buy the land.
They said we want 36,000 people.
No. Yaakov, they actually did say that. So if you look at Frank Weitzman, yes. Do you want me to pull out
literally did say that.
I'm just looking at the treaty. I'm just looking at the agreement, not the treaty.
How it worked.
We have.
Yeah, after Havarah.
Jakob, the European Jews felt the same way Cynic described, even if it's
Okay. I'm just looking at the basis of who could come, who could deposit, and who had enough money. I don't care what anyone said.
It's
That's
not
the
limited to.
agreement.
Hold on. It's not limited to just Havarah, the whole Jewish. So Chaim Weizmann, who of course you know who that is, he said that Palestine is no solution for the Jewish problem in Europe. Palestine cannot absorb the
I'm
Jews.
just
Hold on.
No,
We want
hold on.
only the best of Jewish youth to come to us.
Fine.
We want
I don't care. I don't like statements like that. That's fine.
Why?
You know,
You don't like statements like that? Yeah,
No,
because
I'm just saying,
exposes
it
what
doesn't-
Zionists actually thought. Zionists did not care to save all the poor people in Europe, all the poor Jews of Europe. They didn't give a shit about that. They wanted to give us all the rest and die.
It's worse than that, bro.
I'm just she brought up the Havara Premier. I was just correcting her on a
They
point.
didn't say.
All right, let's talk about Havara.
So no, I don't want to talk
We're
about
done.
Havara. I want to talk about this.
And it's this.
So this is not about the VAR. I don't care about the VAR. You're not going to educate me that. I already know about that. That's old news. We didn't know about this. So if
Well, we did know about this. I'm telling you.
I didn't know about this. You just know about the Casper trials. You don't know about how the Jewish agency and the leadership.
That's what the Havara is.
In Palestine. No, that's different. So that was public, declared, and they even minted coins in celebration of that shit. This is different. I know that you're about to get Holocaust with motherfucking Hungarian Jews. I stayed quiet. I could have just fucking said out loud, hey, Hungarian Jews in American paper, some European, whatever. Send them one guy. Hey, by the way, I'm sure there were fucking ways of communicating and reaching out. They managed to get 600 Hungarians in a special fucking train and shit out of Hungary. What happened to the hundreds of thousands?
The American Jews also betrayed. The American Jews also betrayed the
They're
Jews.
bad. Okay, Americans are bad, and okay.
No, American Jews. I'm saying Jews are bad. Okay, I'm with you.
Why are they bad? Why are they
Because the American Jews also betrayed the European Jews. They didn't want to. They want to speak up because they were scared it would make them vulnerable.
I
They
mean,
refused to
they
talk
were
about,
vocal from the 1930s. What are you talking
about the
about?
Holocaust. No, they weren't.
They were literally crying, 6 million Jews are in danger. 6 million Jews are in danger. Every fucking newspaper in America fucking said, 6 million Jews. Before the Holocaust, that 6 million Jews number ever came up. We traced the whole 600 Jews are in danger from the fucking 1920s. Like, do you think this 6 the Holocaust? Give me a fucking break. But somehow the Jews are prophets, obviously. 6 million? They prophesized it. Well, 6 million, no, boom, mashallah. Hitler going exactly. Maybe. I don't know, man. They're crazy. But I'm not going to argue that. Fine, 6 million, 6 million. But there were 10 million before. I have data that shows Ashkenazis were 7 million. State verified data. European states. Ashkenazi are not all Jews in Europe. That's why. Ashkenazi, you would consider, if there is an ethnicity, just say Ashkenazi. And not only that, Zionists are not just meeting or agreeing with Hitler, like, or trying to make the best out of a bad situation, like Yakub is trying to say. No, you're complicit. And you're crying about fucking Mufti Hajamini is fucking shaking hand because he's trying to make the fucking best out of a bad situation. That's actually unlike a Rob Stern who's fucking, pick me, bro. Literally going to Adolf Hitler, pick me, bro. Not only that, but now we know that they literally knew what Hitler had planned and fucking just stay quiet about it, especially when it comes down to Hungary. And God knows what else. I still haven't dissected the whole thing. It's still doing it. Once it's all processed, it's coming out and bring everything that this book says to light. It's probably one of the most condemning texts. I've already said this. The Iron Wall, this, Rome and Jerusalem, or Jerusalem and Rome by Moses Hess, and the Jewish State by Herzl. I believe, at this point. I would put this in the must-know category. And anybody who continues to defend Zionism post this, or somehow that Israel or Zionist project is somehow as a response to growing persecution or like the Jewish problem or the Holocaust, needs to shut the fuck up real quick.
So see, now what would be interested is the solution, because like, you know, all right, we know Zionism
I'll tell you the solution.
is not a good
solution.
It's not a
fucking.
okay, so what is it?
That's it. The solution is leave.
Nah, bro, not necessarily. How, like,
yes,
what,
bro, that is necessary.
What do you mean leave?
The Jews need all the fucking Jews in Israel should just leave, except the religious Jews. That's what they should stay. Because they haven't fought against us, so they can stay. The ones who have fought against us, they should leave.
No, even the religious Jews have fought. They haven't.
The ones who have fought should leave as well, but most of them haven't fought, so they know if they fight that they would be, condemned under our laws and their laws. So that's why they'll never fight.
So, yeah.
They can stay, everybody else can leave. They should all leave because no, there's no more peace. We're not talking about peace. Sorry, bro. We already, no, bro. The honor of the Muslims and the honor of the Arabs doesn't allow for us to do a Salah ad-Din scenario, nor have they allowed us to commit to a Salah ad-Din scenario. So that train has sailed. It's over now, especially post 2009.
Yo, you're lagging, bro.
No.
It's a bit better. Say something?
No, I was saying that, we have to be grateful for liberal Jews like Buttercup, bro, because they're giving up their, they're trying.
Bro, you're not gonna score, bro. You're not gonna score, though.
No, he's right, man.
They're risking, like, their family, everything, cutting them off and stuff.
What do you mean? You've been in the chat saying that I'm a traitor and be suspicious and she's trying to infiltrate us. Being an asshole.
He's doing the pick me, bro. Which is fine. But, I mean, you're literally a continent or an ocean away, so I'm not sure what you're doing, but okay.
See, that's the issue. It's like extreme Zionism, like it's dangerous. It's literally, it's like Nazism in another flavor. It's like
more. So would you keep Nazis and would you continue to allow the French to remain in Morocco or in Algeria?
No. So for sure, there's a court there's a judgment that needs to be.
I'm sorry. When did the FLN or the Algerian whatever organization? When did they do a trial? No, they packed up their shit and they went back to where the fuck they're from.
Jihad. I'm just saying.
I was saying it that way.
No, I'm just saying, no, it's true. Like, I see what you mean. There's a justice that needs to be done, and if someone was killed,
because I don't want to apply the justice on you, because the justice is to execute.
Anyways, but but I'm saying, like, what's the practical solution for
the practical solution?
No.
The inevitable solution.
You're talking about the conclusion. I'm saying what's the solution to get there.
Okay. The solution to get there. We don't have to do anything. We have to just fucking contain this fucking wild animal long enough until we get 5th gen stealth fighters, pretty much, and nice radar systems. At that point, they fucking better start swimming. And that's what's happening. Once those cons are in the air.
So let me rephrase it.
It's already a fucking ticking bomb. Leave, man.
Let me rephrase it. You're saying,
I promise you, because if I'm gonna do it to you, I'm telling you, they will do much worse to you. So just leave.
Yeah, so you're saying basically peace be upon those who are peaceful, Because that's the message in the end.
توسخ اليهود شر الناس عداوة, the worst of those animosity. Listen, you fucking stupid Moroccan. The fucking worst enemies of the Muslims are the Jews. This is in your book. This is in the Quran.
No, don't say it like this. Be.
وأشد الناس عداوة لكم اليهود.
So, there's a context, right? You need to
That's a
understand
context?
the
What the fuck is the context? Go ahead, tell me, you fucking retarded Sufi. Go ahead.
Oh, this guy, man.
No, tell me what the context is.
So listen, it's not a
content.
it's not a, we're not talking race right now. We're not talking. There's never a generalization. No. So just let me just say this. Never ever God is generalizing in the Quran. Never. You can't say he's talking about every.
He talks about collectives. What are you fucking talking about? He always talks about Masala.
No. He's
no.
about the ones who fight.
Give me a reference. If you're gonna talk about the Quran, either you're gonna argue the very apparent language, so you're gonna read the verse and try somehow to use the common sense logic to argue your point. So providing examples via the Quran, or you're gonna provide an exegete. That's what you're gonna do.
Okay, so I could show you a source for sure, but this is 100% like there's no generalization 100% on any group of people. Like, let me show you a verse. I'm going to show you.
We didn't say stereo. You're trying to make it seem like the Quran stereotypes people. No, the Quran doesn't stereotype.
Exactly.
But it tells you about nations and collectives. It describes collectives. It describes nations. It does. So it describes in Nasara, describes in Yahud, describes them, describes in Majus.
Yeah, and it says different things about the
sky,
groups of people depending on the verse, right? So there's a context.
Okay, that fucking specific verse. What is the fucking context?
Yeah, let me actually.
And get your fucking stop yapping and start searching.
No, because I know the verse, but you're gonna say.
You don't know. I know you don't know.
I know.
I know. I know more about the religion.
Isn't it as
well? Who knows more? I do.
No, probably not.
There was, if we were to lead the prayer, who would put first? Who would step up near you?
I'm gonna say you because you're older, but it's
more about the Quran.
Yeah, it's the one who recites better Surah Al-Fatiha. That's how we do it. Or no,
the one who has the most Quran memorized.
Exactly. So maybe it's me, right? So, but I'm just saying, like, out of respect, you're older, so I'm just gonna.
It's not about respect. It's not about older, younger.
It's about
if it was 70-year-old and he has the Quran memorized, he's gonna be the imam.
Yeah. So, anyways, bro, this is pointless. So the idea is
to get to your point. Yeah, show me real quick before I, lose patience. So I don't know what this yearning to defend Jews or whatever. I don't know.
No, it's because there's a line. No, I'm just saying there's a line, right? So
you're here agreeing that the conclusion is literally what I'm saying. You're saying, yes, how do we get there to the conclusion, which is they all
to be peaceful with the ones who are peaceful.
We're peaceful with the ones who are peaceful.
Okay,
the peaceful ones are the religious ones, not all of them, but you see, we're not stereotyping here. So we know
there's
a religious brigade or a religious unit in the IDF. We know those guys. We know. We got tabs, bro. When the day comes, the religious, they're fine, because they intentionally are going out of the way not to fight. The ones who are not going out of their way and are booty clapping, they fucking need to leave. And we're not going to forgive. The Christians are different. The West, not only are they a rival, but they have never backstabbed us. They have always been straight, pulling out the sword in our face and their big ass cross right in front of their army. So they at least have the honor of exposing themselves as the enemy. The Jews are different. Backstab. There's a difference. So they don't deserve that kind of honor of the warrior. They don't deserve the honor of the warrior.
Surah Al-Ma'idah, which was verse 82, the context was literally talking about treason, right? So it was specifically towards...
Explain to me, read the verse, and read within the verses that include that that will highlight that context. Then we can have a point there. At least provide the reference that...
Actually, we agree. We literally agree. I'm gonna do it.
I mean, I got nothing. I put my fucking foot in my mouth like I'm used to. Like, forgive me. My brain, literally, I got dropped by my mother. When I was a baby, I got dropped, and that's what happened. And
let me read the verse,
seriously, bro.
Let me read the verse. So it says, and they believed, and the prophets, in what you ruled to them, defend you. And you will find the people who are most hostile towards the believers, the Jews and the polytheists, and you will find the nearest in affections, the believers who say we are Christians. Okay, so that's the verse here. There you go. So when you look at the context,
pretty clear to me.
Yeah, but when you look at the context, what's the context about? Because there was a battle that took place.
Okay, well, just because these verses came in relation to a specific event or interaction with Jews. Now, does that mean that this verse, in the way that it was phrased, is only specific to that event?
I didn't finish it. Let me finish the verse, okay? So,
just answer
there is because among them are priests and monks, and they're not arrogant. Oh, so the point is this, right? So
if it was very special, then why mention the Christians and the priests and the monks? That's a general information.
Yeah, but
why mention it Mushriki and why mention it Yahud? Like, why not say, Yahud fil Medina?
Okay, in the same chapter. Okay, let me show you what it says in the same chapter.
Bro, I need you to shut the fuck up and show me.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you actually this.
You're gonna show me Abdik Tefik. That's what you're gonna show me. Stop fucking yapping. Provide the exegete or shut the fuck up. Fuck. Zero tolerance to fucking yappers, man. Fucking put your evidence where your mouth is.
You're a child, man.
It's not. I'm sorry. I just don't like shit.
Everyone, you just move them down when you don't like.
I like high IQ rooms. I don't like to hear you fucking come here and fucking leak out your anti-Arab self. I don't know.
Anti-Arab. Wow. No, self-hating Arab. Yes, there you go.
That's what it is.
All right.
That's what it is. When you adopt a theology that you can't defend, after formerly being an atheist, who literally sat with me several times arguing logically, that there is no evidence for theism, and then to adopt Trinity and tritheism, and you literally can't defend it. I would literally crush you like a bug right now. And
but what we were talking about earlier had nothing to do with theology. Why are you bringing
it up? So all these components together, if I start adding them together, I see that someone literally wasn't always identifying as a Turkmen over time. You're practically you're just a more hinged, what's that fucker's name? Wolfie, or what the fuck he goes by these days. That's all you are.
Dude, I don't identify as a Turkmen. It's people on this app. Like, yeah, it's people on this app that call me that. I've never called myself that.
You just did in this room.
I do it on a trolling with friends specifically because as soon as I came on this
I
app,
don't want
I
to
said I was serious.
You're very bad at displaying sarcasm, but like a tone change that would allude to sarcasm.
No, you have to listen to Benny Adam while he's drunk. He's so funny.
Listen, I don't call myself a Turkmen, right? It is literally Prince that keeps calling me that. So because Prince keeps calling me that, I say it like. Exactly. Yeah, maniac. Everybody knows I'm Syrian. I don't give a shit about that.
You're
Arab.
Yes, I'm Arab. Yes, I know this.
With
I
no
never
hair.
denied that I'm Arab.
And
Why? Because this is not because but my genes have nothing to do with it. That's why I said like, I don't give a shit. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said I don't give a shit about taking a DNA test. It wouldn't change my opinion or my identity of myself any one bit.
Exactly.
Like if I had indisputable proof through genetics that I actually do descend from modern day Russia, it doesn't change my identity in the least. I wouldn't be any less Arab. That was my argument. Is that this is not a racial identity.
I agree. You wouldn't be any
Cultural
I agree. You wouldn't be any Arab. The question, the issue is that would you claim to be a Turkmen regardless of being Arab?
Would I claim to be there's plenty of people who come from a Turkic background.
Are you claiming to be a Turkmen?
Not really, because I don't have the culture. But cynic. No, because I don't have that cultural continuity. There are people in Syria who still hold to the Turkish culture. They still have like a
There are Turkmen. I understand. There are Turkmen.
But there are Turkmen. Yes, there are Turkmen who have assimilated completely, like my family, into Arab culture.
How do you know
There are
that?
those that have not.
How would you know that?
That my family is Turkic originally.
Yeah.
Through oral tradition and through my last name.
Oral tradition.
So last name's gonna change. We don't know what happened.
But my last name. But my last name is very unique.
What is your last name?
It's I don't want to say it here, but like it's very unique. As in, like it's not
But it's not a meaning of a word. It doesn't highlight with an absolute.
It does. It highlights pretty specifically.
Well, my mother's side of the family has some rumors of them being Turkish or coming from.
Mine too.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean anything. This is everywhere, by the way.
No. Well, okay, because my grandfather is from northern Aleppo, right, the outskirts of Aleppo, like on the borders of Turkey.
What is Aleppo? Halab?
حلب من ريف حلب من حدود على حدود
الشمال.
Yeah, الشمال على حدود.
You have no way to know for sure. There's nothing concise.
No. Again, it's a matter of oral tradition. But even if I did know through genetics, again, even if I knew,
it wouldn't change
it's indisputable. It wouldn't change my identity in the least.
Yeah.
I would still call myself.
Okay, but I would
That's what I'm trying to say.
be a Turkmen, so I just wouldn't.
No. But I would say like I'm an Arab of Turkic descent.
There's no way for you to really know.
No. I'm saying if through genetics I discovered that this was actually factually true.
Yeah, sure.
I would still say yes. I'm an Arab of Turkic descent.
Now you actually have falsifiable data to back whatever legend.
Yes. Yes, but again, it would not change my identity. That's what I'm trying to say.
I understand.
Our identity is through culture, not through genetics.
So
Yes, I'm Arab through culture.
let's get back to
There's no way to say by culture because you don't know actually what you would.
Me
That's
too.
what I'm saying.
Me too. Actually, my grandfather from maternal side all of them are Turks. They came here to Egypt because of the Ottoman.
That's harder to prove because it's through your mother.
No. I mean, no. It's actually my grandmother.
But it's harder to prove through him. Like if he took a DNA test, I wouldn't need to show up.
No.
It would be
If you have seen my maternal side, all of them they look like Turks, man.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what you look like.
And their names too. Like the grandfather of my maternal side. What the fuck is going on?
Alright. America is waging a war.
America came back. Yeah, Hasib, and that's my grandfather's name from my maternal side, Hasib, right? And all of them they are coming from like Ottoman. All of them were Turks, but like I don't claim to be Turk. Fuck Turkey.
Okay, but again, I would not see, just as my mother's side of the family, even though, again, this is a very no one really knows where this is from. They don't know, and it might have been
It's a trend.
because they have I've noticed this with people who have more like white features. So blonde, whiteness, like more European white. So these people, I feel like, are usually like, oh, maybe he's Turk, as in like Anatolian. Like that's where this kind of like. So it might have been people teasing them, and then later on, this kind of became like we're told by people that we're Turk kind of thing.
Sometimes it happens the opposite. So my mom is Beti Aswad, right? Her last name is Black. They say that they descend from Sudan. Yeah, they come from Sudan, right? However, her entire family, not just her family, like her extended family, they're all white as fuck with green and blue eyes and blonde hair.
So what?
Typical Syrian family.
So how are they black? Like, not being black.
This could be even way back, like the one that Greeks are just like even. So do you believe your mother's side of the family is from Sudan?
No, I don't believe it.
But their last name implies it.
Yes, but the thing is, basically, Aswad could mean many things. No. In the cases of my last name, it's actually very specific. Like my last name doesn't have a meaning in Arabic.
I understand the Turkic language is like 40% Arabic. I don't know, whatever.
No.
Persian. I don't know.
Yeah. So in terms of my last name, the etymology of it clearly means, like very, very clearly, that I come from Kazan. Specifically, Kazan in modern day Russia, which is like,
What about
a Turkic Russia.
Imagine you have a Meccan origin, like
Yeah, I know.
Hajar al-Aswad. No, I'm just saying Hajar al-Aswad.
Oh, in terms of Beit al-Aswad?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, Aswad could mean a lot of things. It doesn't even have to refer to the skin tone, right?
So you exposed your mother's last name, but you didn't say your
Yeah.
father.
Yeah, of course. That's not my last name. ما هي مش كلمة عربية، إذا حكيتها هتقول لي شو يعني؟
يعني أنت في سوريا لما تروح تحكي اسمك الأخير يعني إيش راح يقولوا؟
Actually, when I was in Saudi Arabia, I wouldn't be able to pronounce it.
Okay, my mother is family. Their neighbors, their house is called Clyde. Clyde.
This is English.
Clyde. Look, I'm not sure you probably find it if you.
I don't know.
Yeah, this is rare.
كلايد هذا موجود الاسم هذا جاي هو يقول لي انا انجليزي يعني
شو يعني كاف لام ياء
كاف لام الف ياء
كلاي
كاف لام الف ياء كلاي
كلاي
ايوه كالي استشهاد like the very first thing that I came up is استشهاد 8 من عائلة واحدة بقصف إسرائيلي صدق مندل عائلة كلاي.
Yeah, it's very nice. Like Muhammad.
Yeah, that was his slave name.
Okay, I'm just saying, you could say this name. It doesn't matter. We don't know Clive. And when JB and this had, احنا عارفين.
طيب مين من الغرفة؟ طيب الكمية تبعي كذا.
That sounds Persian.
No, it's Turkish.
Yeah. Like Samarkandi, like that.
Yeah, it sounds like so like.
Okay, so let me break it down. Dar يعني إيش؟
بالدال يعني
درك. لا مش درك، درك كذا، درك. It's actually درك. So دار okay يعني بيت صح؟ كظني okay. You'll actually find many villages in modern day Turkey called Kazanli. Why? Because Kazan, li meaning from. It's like a suffix to mean from this place. Kazan is a place of a Turkic place in modern day Russia. It was conquered by the Russians.
Oh, it's true, man.
Yeah, it was once a caliphate, not a caliphate.
Turkic and Persian, maybe.
Yeah, so it was like Kazan in modern day Russia. It's still majority Muslim, by the way. But it was conquered by the
You're a Khazar.
Russians. Not a Khazar.
No,
Kazan.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So yeah, it was conquered by the asleep because the Russians tried to force convert them.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. So that's why there's a lot of Kazan people, right?
Are you from the north? You're from the north, right? That's what she said.
My grandfather is,
Okay.
but then he moved to Damascus.
Yeah.
But most of my family, like most of the people with my last name, are from Halab. Yeah, so الكلمة واضحة إنه تركي. يعني even when I go to Turkey, on the border, like on the immigration, they start speaking to me in Turkish.
I want to make sure I'm spelling this right. So Berkazendi, Dal, Ra, Kaf, Sin, Alif, Nun, Dal, yeah.
Oh, I'm terrible at spelling.
With a lamb. It was with a lamb.
I'm not correct. It's a Berkazendi,
No, Lee.
Lam,
Yes.
Berkazendi.
Berkazan Li. مو كازان
Dar, Kazan.
No, Dal.
no دالة يعني.
So there's no Dal Y, so Berkazendi. Okay. Berkazendi.
Yeah, كلمة تركية. Like there's no doubt. Like إنه الكل بيعرف.
أكثر وصراحة الإبداع أفضل بالتحديد. صيغة موجودة في التركية والتركمانية والكردية والفارسية. So the ending is what fixed it. So yeah, the Li. معناها
the Li means from.
إلى أو من أهل الشخص المنسوب إلى مكان أو عشيرة. بركزان لي. هذا مفتاح
دار بيت
أصل المكان قرية عشيرة.
يعني بيت الناس من كازان. هذا معنى الاسم. دار كازان لي.
لكنه قريب من الجذور كردية فارسية أرامية قديمة في مناطق فارسية. هذا ليس تركيا عثمانيا، ما فيه جذر
No, so actually,
لكنه قريب من جذور كردية فارسية أو أرامية. صيغ مثل أماكن مرتفعة أراضٍ قاسية منطقة برجازان في الفارسية والكردية بمعنى معرفة أو اسم قبيلة زان قديمة وممكن تكون قرية مندثرة شمال سوريا الأناضول تم تعريب اسمها مع الوقت يعني الاسم الجغرافي أو عشائري غير تركي بالأصل. من وين جاءت فكرة كلمة أنا مطرح؟ هذه مو جديدة. آلاف العائلات السورية في القرن 1900 و 1950 سموا أنفسهم تركمان أو دخلوا في تتار أو ادعوا أصولا عثمانية لرفع المكانة الاجتماعية لأن تركيا وقتها كان عسكريا أهم إداريا أعلى وله نفوذ. لكن نسب لغوي حقيقي ما في. الاحتمال الحقيقي بنسبة 90% عائلة بركزانلي غالبا من أصل كردي في الأصل أو عشيرة إيرانية فارسية قديمة زاني أو عائلة من منطقة مختلطة في شمال سوريا تركيا حلب عفرين الجزيرة ثم لاحقا تتركم الاسم بسبب اللاحقة لي لكن الجذر نفسه غير تركي إطلاقا. لو بدت الضربة القاضية للادعاء تركيا لا تملك بناء اسم بركزان ولا يوثق في أي سجلات عشائر تركمانية أو عثمانية ولكن كرديا وفارسيا وفي مناطق الأقراض والفرس والأرمن تظهر جذور مشابهة بكثرة. إذا بدك أعطيني المنطقة في سوريا حلب الحسكة إدلب الساحل وسأحدد لك العشيرة والقرية أو القرية الأصلية بالضبط. والله يا معفن خايف تطلع كردي. Oh, we laugh. I'm reading to myself. I think that makes a lot more sense. Tell me he's a Kurd and fits stereotypes right there.
No, but Turkish, Persian, their
name isn't Turkish.
Kazan.
I just read it. It tells you the root word isn't in Turkish.
Anyways.
إذا ما أنتوا بتحكوا من طيسكوا ولا إيش؟
No, bro, it's there, bro.
fucking وين طلع بها من كل سلمة
So, bro, friend, this guy, bro. Listen, man. No insults. So,
can you have a source? Because if you wake up shit right now. Like I'm gonna.
No. So if you just type it
You said
on
the name. I already typed it.
Bro, you're right in a sense, but it's like Kazan. Kazan, it's in Turkey.
You find me right there. You have it that it says this word is Turkish in origin.
Okay. So just let me.
Because then I could feed it.
My Heritage have a page for this family name, Darkazanli. The surname Darkazanli has its root indirectly, particularly associated with the Turkic and Persian language. So when you read here, there's
just find it. Give me the link. Give me the link. Give me the link. Give me the link.
Last names.
I like the link.
Yeah.
The link. Let the link. It's just ask a simple question. You're claiming the root word is available. Just give me the root word. Or give me the link. I read the several options that the AI gave. It's either كردي في الأصل، عشيرة إيرانية فارسية، أو عائلة مختلطة في شمال سوريا تركيا، حلب 20 جزء. ثم لاحقا تتركب الاسم بسبب اللاحقة لي. لكن الجذر نفسه غير تركي إطلاقا. So either my AI is wrong, and it literally said 90% sure. So it gave a percentage.
There you go.
You're claiming otherwise.
No, I'm just saying that there is for sure Turkic origin, because if you even write as a... He's right, man. If you write Kazan, it's a city in Turkey.
Right. What is the fucking claim? What is the fucking claim? What is the fucking claim? The claim is if the word actually was Turkish in origin. Just because of fucking location. We just showed you how this word has the root word in Kurdish and Farsi. So why is it not Kurdish?
I'm not saying the opposite. I'm saying
what the fuck is this website? Some French shit? What is this? Bro, it's in French, man. Bro, this is not like a historical analysis.
Ah, frick, this guy. Okay, no, but there's the same thing, but in English. Just one moment.
I can't even open this shit. What is this? This is French. Let's translate webpage. English.
Yeah, translate.
I'll fucking accept your stupid cookies. Read more. I fucking just screenshot this because I know it's already a fucking waste of time. Anything you provide is a waste of time.
I mean, we're just talking about a freaking last name, so.
بس خلاص في ما خلف الله. That's how you gotta play it. That's fine.
Wow.
Done.
Literally here, the Mongols.
Does this change anything regarding your answer? I'm not even gonna fucking read your answer. بالعربي. يوجد جواب. اللي هي من My Heritage شكله مكتوب بواسطة الذكاء الاصطناعي عندهم في الواتساب. نفس الاسلوب، كلام عام، مصطلحات فضفاضه ورمي كل الشعوب ببعضها، يعني باختصار هراء دبلوماسي ما يعطي اي اصل حقيقي. هذا الكلام يغير التحليلي السابق لا ولا شعر. السبب بسيط، الموقع يقدم وصف عام مو بحث لغوي. كل المواقع اللي تعطي معنى الالقاب عاده تؤلف نصوص عامه تلف وتدور حول تركستان، فارس، ترك، تجارة، بدون ما تعطي الدليل لغوي ولا وثيقة ولا جذر لغوي حقيقي. كل اللي شايفه في الصورة كلام عن دارك يعني أسود في بعض اللغات، وزني مرتبط بمكان وبلا بلا بلا ليس علميا. كلمة دارك ما إلها وجود في التركية بهذا الشكل. التركية ما فيها كلمة دارك أصلا بمعنى أسود. الكلمة هي كارا. ولو لغات ولو لغات إيغور مثلا
Exactly.
كلمة كارا
Which means large spots.
إنجليزي أساسا. Dark is English.
Even
فالخلاصة التفسير اللي في الصورة مستحيل لغوي. اللاحقة لي حقيقة تركية لكن الجذر ليس تركية. صحيح تعني منسوب إلى لي لكن لازم الجذر يكون تركي حتى يكون لقب تركي. تركزان تركاز تركزان ولا واحد منهم جذر تركي. الجذر الأقرب فعلا كردي فارسي وهذا يتوافق مع شكل الكلمة. تاريخ المنطقة أسماء القرى والعشائر في شمال سوريا والأناضول والتحليل الفوقي بالتسمية. وهذا الموقع نفسه ما قدر يعطي معنى فعلي بس كلام عام عن ثقافة وتاريخ. الضغط الاجتماعي خلى الكثير من العائلات تقول إنها تركية خصوصا في حلب الساحل حمص ريف إدلب الجزيرة السورية لأن تركيا عبر العهد العثماني كان أعلى مرتبة أقرب للسلطة وأحيانا أقرب للجيش والإدارة. الخلاصة في الآخر تركزانلي ليس لقبا تركيا أصلا ولا الملاحق التي فيه تشير إلى أصل تتري. الأقرب بنسبة 90% كردي أو فارس الأصل.
I'm not
منطقة
convinced.
حدودية بين عمرك ما convinced.
I'm not convinced.
رايح لي على موقع تبع تسمية أسامي فرنسية.
No, listen, I'm not convinced.
وجاي
No,
تستعمله ضد AI.
because he even stated, bro, he's
I'm not convinced ish. I'm trying to convince you. Who cares about convincing you? And convince you. Facts are facts. The root word isn't Turkish. That's it. Root word Kurdish, Persian. Li is an add-on that is Turkish, belong to, but that's because Ottoman Empire, Turkish influence. That's it. The root word, you can't argue because this is linguistics. The root word isn't Turkish. It's just a fucking fact.
Should I get him up?
Just don't say, I'm not convinced. That's your subjective opinion. I don't give a shit.
Yes, sit down.
Anyways, so any topic that's more
Why sit there and
not against
you like?
What is that? Are you hitting on it? Is he hitting on an R&B?
So no. This Benny Adam.
Sorry.
Benny Adam.
I mean,
Benny Adam came, finally shared his last name, and he was like, "Well, my last name points that I'm from like clearly a Turkish background. Obviously, it's not an absolute, but it's strongly hinted by the name." I was like, "That makes sense. I mean, it's not an absolute claim, but he hasn't taken a DNA test, and he's mainly running on this." I was like, "All right, cool." I was like, "Let me look up the name just to make sure," and I looked it up. Terkezenli, the li means belong to in Turkish. That's truly Turkish. Terkezen is not Turkish. Has no root words in Turkey. Its root word traces to Farsi or Kurdish, which we all know the Kurds and the Persians are practically the same shit.
okay.
I mean, Persians are more mixed, but I would say
you're right.
Kurds are, the stereotype is the Kurds are the Bedouins of Iraq.
Yeah, the mountain people.
Yeah, so that's how we see it. So if you look at their DNA, they're J2, I believe, predominantly.
So Benny's a Kurd?
I mean, if he's going based on this name and he was making claims that it's Turkish because of the Turkish origin in the name, which I believe he only, whenever he searched this, he was focusing on the lead. So the lead is Turkish, belong to, but the family, and this happened in Russia all the time, like under the Soviet Union.
That's right.
Mohammadov, they added the of at the end. Right?
Wow.
So does that make Mohammadov a fucking Russian name now? No, it doesn't. Why? Because Muhammad goes back to Muslim region or the Muslim nation. So Tatar, Mongols who converted, or well, or Turks or something. The same shit.
He's from the same region as Paul, the Apostle Paul. Close. It says Tarsus. Kazanli referred to several different places in Turkey, notably a coastal area between the cities of Tarsus and Mersin. Bengal province.
Bengal.
His name isn't Kazanli, then Kazanli.
Yeah, it's
Which is the house of. But
yeah.
Yes.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It means he comes from there.
Boy, motherfucker, you continue to say means again and you don't provide evidence?
No,
you know the Lee at the end. That Kazan Lee belongs to that's
okay,
Turkey.
but just listen.
Kazan is not a Turkish word.
Type Kazanli on Google. Type Kazanli.
You have to say with that.
No, you find me right now, whatever you already searched, just copy it and give me the link.
Bruh. Okay.
Bruh.
Let's do this. No
I
problem.
don't know how to research.
No, I'm gonna provide you the link. No worry. No.
Accent sounds
It's like you like to get insulted, bro.
They look like that. They look like them. A lot of Kurdish people look like them.
I don't think he's Kurdish.
Some roots, I think he has.
No, but he left when I was.
This off, man.
I'm waiting. Oh, Wikipedia.
Maybe it is Turkish.
Shit, but can you translate again in English?
That's fine. I'll take.
That is door.
Wikipedia is easy. You can just on the side. Oh, this is not even an entry in English. I mean, it translated in English anyways. You can read which is weird. Oh, is the translation on? No, it's not. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Kazanli is a former in Mersin, Kazanli, absorbed in the. Like, you think every city in Turkey, this means, this is, we have, what's this fucking, Izmir.
No, but he said himself he's from west Syria.
No, he's going based on this city somehow, like, meaning that he's Turkic. Just because there's a city in Turkey does not mean, there's Greek cities in Turkey. Now all these Greek named cities are now, what, Turkish? What the fuck?
No, but I'm just saying it's not a coincidence. He literally
still doesn't change.
Former municipality that's from there.
No more on here. Don't worry, I respond to that shit.
And we're talking about the
طبيعة منطقة اسمها كازانلي في مرسين. فعلا في مرسين منطقة اسمها كازانلي، وهذه تركيا 100% من ناحية الاسم. غلاية قدر كبير اسمها كازان، منسوب إلى يعني كازانلي، أهل الغلاية من منطقة كازان. على الورق تمام، هذا يفتح احتمال تركي فقط لو كان لقب العائلة كازانلي، ولكن أنت عندك لقب دار كازانلي. وخليني الآن أقول لك الحقيقة اللي المواقع ما تجوز تقولها. لو كان الجد من منطقة كازانلي فعلا، اللقب ما بنكتب دار كازانلي في الأسماء التركية. كازانلي أدنالي and كونيالي. ما يصير تضاف كاف زين راء دال زيادة، ولا يصير تحوير للجذر لهذه الدرجة. إضافة دار أو الدير أو الدارج تدل على جذر مستقل مختلف ليس كازانلي. الفرق بين كازانلي ودار كازانلي ليس حرفين، هذا تبديل جذر كامل. كازانلي دار كازانلي ودير كازانلي، الجذر تغير تماما. ضيف مقطع دير تغير الوزن، تغير الحرف الأول. في علم الأنساب واللغويات هذا ليس اشتقاقا، هذا اسم مختلف. التركي لو كان أصله من كازانلي مرسين ما يضيع الجذر. الأتراك عبر 400 سنة احتفظوا بأسماء كونيالي، أنكرالي، توكاتالي، سيفر مارتينيلي. ما أحد يقلبها بعد جيلين يقول ديركونيلي داركاتولي أو درغا. anyways هذه تغييرات دخيلة تحصل فقط على الاسم أصله ليس تركي. المنطقة كانت مختلطة اللي هي هاي المدينة أصلا كان فيها أكراد أرمن عرب شيشان تركمان وفرس. فوجود هي أصلها عرب وهي أصلها عرب أكراد فرس أرمن ولكن الاسم تكرر يعني تطرق. I can keep going now.
It's interesting. My AI, you know, my AI literally just said, my AI literally just said that it's Turkish. It even said it can have Jewish Ashkenazi origin. I swear.
Well, you're on ChatGPT. Copy that response right now and put it in the chat. So you can hear your take for the third time.
Let me show you the link from.
Don't show me the link. Just
No,
copy.
I'm going to show you the link. No, because it's there's a previous conversation to that. Just one moment. The link it showed me, I'm going to send it to you.
You know, I don't.
Type in history of Kazan on Wikipedia.
Copy the answer and put it in the group chat.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Can do this.
That talks about the root word. Are you like deaf? We're trying to find the root word and its origin. Unless you respond has a claim about the root word.
History of Kazan. It's on Wikipedia.
On history. I just found. We just dissected that. Are you like fucking not listening, or do you just pretend to understand Arabic?
No, I understand. It's just I'm not satisfied with the answer. It's pretty simple.
It doesn't matter. That's your subjective opinion that isn't based on any facts.
So I'm gonna send this actually, so you're gonna see I'm not freaking inventing stuff. So
I've already twice, and I don't need you.
I think he's named for your satisfaction.
We're talking about linguistic definitions.
Because of the names of your satisfaction.
you're talking about who?
Words have
You, I mean it.
I'm not claiming this is. No, I'm just saying I'm not satisfied with the answer he's providing.
Why did you tell me what last name I should have, which is to your satisfaction?
I'm not talking about you. We're talking about Benny Adams' last name.
Why don't you name Benny Adam and give him a last name, since you're not satisfied with his last name?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He gave us his last name because I got pissed because he was like, I'm a Turkman, I'm not really an Arab. And I was like, oh, I hear that shit. And then
He himself admitted.
My God, who admits to that? Like in Iran,
he was like, I was like, how do you know that? Did you take a DNA test? And he's like, no. And I was like, all right, well, that means, how else do you know? He's like, well, my family name. But then he mentioned his mother's last family name. And then that is related to the color black. And so, and somehow he implied because of this, it might be that their origins are from Sudan, even though they look like
Sudan? What?
So I was like, all right, so you have no problem giving us your mother's tribe or last name. Well, you didn't give us your last name. It doesn't want to get gosh, whatever. Cool. He said it to us in Arabic, fine. And looked it up. The root word is not Turkish. The root word is Kurdish or Persian. So that's what it is. The Li is just the Turkish part. The Li means this. And like I said, Muhammadov, Abrahamadov, whatever the fuck the French, the Russians, they just added the OV. This is the same shit. It doesn't make you fucking Russian. You're still a Tatar. It doesn't make you a Slav. The fuck is wrong with you? So AI is 90% sure.
See, my AI says we're not sure of the origin.
Stupid.
No, I'm just saying it's.
Okay, I didn't say unsure. We can't have absolute certainty. But the fact is, the word has no fucking Turkish origin.
Man, if you want to live in this delusion, feel free. And then he's insulting like a madman.
كس أختك. If you want to argue with me, even though you got nothing to back it up, like provide the root word or shut the fuck up. I provided the potential root words. Obviously, there's no fuck up. I provided the potential root words. Obviously, there's no absolute certainty. But if I'm showing you root words in a language that literally connect to this name and no Turkish root words, what the fuck are the chances that this person actually originates from Turkish background, knowing that the Turks themselves in Turkey are mutts?
Correct.
Versus actually tracing back to Persian or Kurds, which is most likely Kurd because that makes a lot more fucking sense, especially in the region.
Yeah. He has
Where
those
are we gonna go?
background like me. He has those
So
background.
my AI is giving you a 90% possibility. Yours is saying there is no way to absolutely. Well, I fucking thank you for telling me the obvious. I know basic epistemology, but there you go. Your AI is retarded. My AI actually is fed epistemology and knows how to fucking think.
You and your retarded AI. Come on, Antonina.
I put time. We invest. People who actually know how to use it, they put a lot of time in building their AIs and building persona and building prompts for it. It's not easy.
I mean, it's
I'm
also
sitting
the
on
opposite.
AI. I'm creating chains. I've already. You better be. If you're gonna talk, you better have evidence, man. I've removed the hand raising.
We do a script every single time. I mean, that's a dog. That's a pretty dog.
So you did put it in the chat. The root kazan. يا زلمة در كزان يا خرا يا fucking أصم يا فرنسي اللي مش معلمينك عربي. در كزان. He didn't say كزان يا معفن.
What's Kazan? It has a dad. It makes all the difference.
He thinks this is like.
Like that Hazar. Like these are all Farsi names. But that is so Farsi.
I guess Khamara or Mara are now the fucking same word because fucking, I mean, it's like, okay.
Yo, I'm going to hunt you till the end. I'm never gonna admit that's right.
I know, because it's fucking stubbornness, and that's why
it's 95% certainty that it is coming from a Turkish.
Yeah, if you're saying Kazan, you fucking moron, but it's Dar Kazan. He said Dar Kazan.
And that is like.
That is just house, man. They're from Syria.
You're translating to Arabic, you fucking moron. There you go, doing it again. It's fucking not.
That man, that Azil, these are all Farsi Iranian last names with a dad in the beginning.
Okay, I bet you to just say the origin of the name. Is it? How many percent is it Turkish?
90%.
My AI says something else. My AI says 5%.
It's not saying it's about Kazan. If it's talking about Kazan, sure, Kazan is a Turkish word. We already mentioned that boiler.
So why my AI side that?
Because you fucking put the word wrong, you fucking stupid
Moroccan. One freaking
God.
That is the design.
I'm sorry. You're too fucking stupid, bro. Like,
I'm never gonna agree with you on that.
No one.
That is the descriptor. Like without that, the word isn't.
No one gives a shit. Doesn't mean you're right. You don't have to fucking agree with me. The Christian doesn't agree with me. I tell them the Trinity doesn't make sense. I challenge, open challenge. Any Christian, bring me anyone. Trinity. No one. It's over. Why? Because I try to find the arguments that kill. Not wasting my time. I'm not trying to waste my time. It's Dar Kazanli. That's it. It's not Kazan. Dar Kazanli. If you're putting Kazan, you're going to get wrong information.
Obviously. You say it's just one word.
He's like, it's like Arabic. God is no, motherfucker. I guess God, Dari now. Oh, they must be fucking talking about a house in Arabic. Not a fucking retard.
Oh, he's saying like the house of. Oh, I see what he's saying. He thinks it's a tribe name.
Thinks it's a combo word. It's like
Yeah.
no, it's not. You think tree of the boiler.
Oh, is that what Kazali is?
No, that because that's
Oh, that Kazali.
and just look it up. That's all you gotta look up. So that kazan is the word. So that's the word you need to find the root word for, not kazan.
Yeah, not Kazan or Kazali. It's correct. It's that criminal guy. It's also
No, you're
famous
just
for this
splitting
guy.
the words, you stupid idiot. You're just looking up dot on its own right now.
It's one word.
Yeah, it's that kazan. It's one fucking word. Oh my god, dude.
How many more times?
He's just stubborn. He's always he just.
Yes, I know. I've explained to him so many times. Other stuff.
Just look at our AI chat. Like, what the fuck are you typing? What is this? What is this? I'm
Don't
sorry.
you want to chat him? What are you doing?
I had to take copy his whole shit. My AI is like, yeah, this guy's fucking insane. What do you? I literally told him, do one thing. Go through each chapter, exactly what we did with the opening chapter. I went through it with the opening chapter, pulled up, just want this profile. Give me this profile. That's all I'm looking for. Nope. Wants to literally do what I'm doing. And thinks he can do what I did in like literally one session. Bro, you can't do what I did. Like I did this in one session. This is months.
Then he's gonna say like his.
And I gave you the chain. I told you the sequence. I gave you the reference. And I don't know why you gotta invent the wheel when the wheel's already invented.
Does he think the new things in this world? Which like
Bro, you're not a genius.
original things. Yeah.
I'm smart. I'm not a genius. I haven't showcased genius.
I'll get you up again.
So why are you challenging the mainstream shit? You're not that guy.
Now that we have conceded to the fact that it's Turkish and Azerbaijani, Tatarsani, we're gonna move. Because, bro, this is for sure, man. You don't have the proof it's Kurdish in any way, shape, or form. Show me a proof. Show me a proof.
You want proof?
You are making a claim.
I gave you the root word. It is the jidr is دركة درجة أقرب للكردية أو للفارسية.
It's Arabic. Yeah, it's Arabic.
Yeah, now درجة is Arabic.
Well, it's a step, right? Like steps.
Stop talking, bro.
No, I'm just saying. Is this your?
No, you're not funny, bro. Like,
anyways, man, let's just switch, man. I'm freaking, bro.
Thank you.
1 hour we're talking about this, man.
because you
But I'm not conceding.
you like to get, you got cussed out 10 times. Of course, you're not going to concede. It doesn't matter. That's your way of getting back. I'm not looking for a concession. I'm literally, you know for yourself that you are wrong. That's it. That's all that matters. So
It is not native to Kurdish in any
how are you
way,
going to
shape, or form.
convince yourself?
It is a Turkification.
You mean it, man.
Turkified. That doesn't.
When you make a claim like that, you have to provide like evidence.
I literally did. Literally,
You just said you gave
my heritage.
No,
I
I
provided
announced
you
that. I responded to that. That was just a
Website from
French
Wikipedia.
first name, last name stuff. Like you
things.
need to go and look up names and their origin. If I go and I look at one of those stupid sites and I go look up like the name Kevin, it's gonna give me something, but it's not historical. It's not. You gotta go and check more. And everything, even that shit that he gave me in French, which I translated, doesn't say anything about the root word or the origin of the word. It's just talking about like, oh, this is where this region.
Kazan. And this is what it says.
It's
from
Kazan. You're gonna keep saying Kazan. Stop fucking saying Kazan. It's not Kazan. What is wrong with you, bro? It's like we argued this an hour and then he wants to argue about it again.
Dad, Pad, and Pad. These are three like famous phrases that are used commonly like in arguments that come prior to like Kazan and all the other stuff.
His name isn't Kazandi, it's Kazandi.
Yeah.
Like, what is fucking wrong? Like, you could think of Arabic words, Khamara, Mara. Spell it out, there's only one word that shaped. Does that mean?
What was that second word?
Related?
What was that second word?
Exactly.
Mara?
Marra? Isn't that like a marra, like a woman? Like
Mara. The passing by, those who are passing by. Okay.
Because
Sharia al-Marra.
yeah, in marra di, like that's
You
what.
could say it this time, so al-Marra hay. This is al-Marra, Marra.
Oh, there's a different definition in Egypt.
I know, I literally just said it. Hay al-Marra, it's not just in Egypt. Hay al-Marra this time. Al-Marra, there's an alif.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Isn't that interesting? How there's some
See how that word immediately changed? It's going to be something else now.
It's the enunciation.
So, an Arab coming in here and thinking that, like, oh, 3 letters at the beginning is something, it doesn't matter just because the ending sounds the same. Must be that they're the same. Kazan, I can just use whichever one. No, motherfucker. Coming from an Arab, that's the worst thing because you literally shouldn't conflate that because
you
have
can
examples.
It's interesting because when you look at where you can have 4 words, you can say marra, الاثنين, marra الثالثة, marra الرابعة. You know what I'm saying?
تزوجت كم مرة؟
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can say مرة.
Oh wow.
يعني مرأة, you could say على مرأة الناس in front of the people. So مرأة, even though they literally sound the same, they're written differently.
But why
that doesn't mean.
Right, but why?
That's why Arabic is a hard language.
Amazing like that.
But why? That's another question too.
It's so sophisticated.
No, but why would you put the number, like a number and a woman, sounding similar?
They're not even correlated.
They're not written the same way.
Yeah.
Mar'a umarra.
See that?
Yeah, so there's different, if you pay attention, you're just Egyptian and probably haven't been around. You're not thinking of misspelling when you're
just we build the pyramids.
Math has this quality of exactness. Only math.
والمسلمين حكموا العالم كل زمن نهاية. هذا زي الحديث.
Are you sure Amina knows Arabic?
He knows more French than Arabic, which explains a lot.
He wants to come up. Can you get him up?
I have to keep turning off the hand raising. So yeah, you can always come up when I turn off the hand raising.
Anyways, I just proved you guys wrong. From Turkish grammar, we know how it's spelled, so.
Oh, what is Turkish grammar?
I don't get it.
Ask ChatGPT.
Wait a second. You think you're trolling me? I'm more than happy. I enjoy, but I said, yeah, dude, I promise you, I've already considered in my head that you're just trolling. At this point, you must be, but like, if you like to be insulted,
No, I 100%
I might provide.
believe that what I say is true.
And that's what the Trinitarian retard tells me too.
Yeah, but I have proof.
Sure. I got proof you're a retard.
It's the most natural pathway. Like, Li is a suffix that's Turkish.
Cool. You already know that. You already said that.
Checkmate.
Wow. ولا بالعافية يجيب لأهله المسبة. Ever heard of that? مقتل 4 وجرح 10 4 killed, 10 injured in a mass shooting in California. Where the fuck is this? Oh, Northern California. Stockton? Whoa. Wait. Stockton. Yeah, we do have a Stockton, Northern California. I don't know why I just noticed that we have a Stockton here. And we have a Stockton. Or am I tripping? Compton. My bad. Stockton. Yeah, that's true. Compton.
You ever been to Compton?
Yeah, I drove by.
I was there. I didn't see what the big deal was.
I didn't see what the big deal was. It looked kind of run down. But whatever.
Yeah.
Didn't look like somewhere some cars on fucking slabs. Listen, man, it's not your neighborhood. That's why you shouldn't be around this unless you're like they're just neighborhoods. It's a black neighborhood. You being around a neighborhood too many times, it's just like, okay, what is this guy doing here? It's not worth it. So you can go through neighborhoods. So you can go through South LA, for example. You hang around South LA too much, and you don't look like them. Obviously, we would go incognito. Obviously, if you're a white guy or a black guy, you're in South LA, you're just hanging around a corner or something. You're gonna get, hey, what are you doing here?
No, I blend in.
Yeah, where you blend in is fine. But even if you blend in, you're just hanging around somewhere you're not supposed to be, like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, you'd stand out. I know. Yeah.
There are forces, there are corners, there are people. It's the whole thing. I didn't know about it. They have to tell me about all this. Like, shit's real. It's like, oh wow, all this shit it's all real. Yeah, so blacks have theirs, the Mexicans have theirs. Mexican mafia is pretty much the top dog. Everybody plays according to the rules of the Mexican mafia.
It's not what you think, It's a different kind of.
Buddy, I know exactly what it is. I know.
Yeah, so I don't want to get. I know, but Southwest, I was living in Tucson.
The Crips and Bloods are fucking. That's a long.
No, there are no Crips and Bloods there. It's like California stuff, man.
Everywhere. There's Crips and Bloods. Or used to be. It doesn't matter. We're talking about California or SoCal.
I'm just trying to tell you, it's a different mafia culture than, for example.
I know. That's why it's California.
Right. Okay. All right. On the page.
Is there a relevant topic?
As long as it's worth.
Yeah, so anything in mind a long scripture, ethnicity, nicknames, or for family names or whatever, but like, is there a beautiful topic, something better?
Go to Surah Maryam 19:24 and tell me what it means.
What?
19.
Are you talking to me or him?
Alright.
What is it? Read the definition, that's it. You said surah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's when the angel Gabriel called her, right? So.
It's 19:24.
Yeah, am I on the right chapter? Surah Maryam, chapter 19, verse 24.
Yeah.
Where he called upon
Just read it in Arabic. Just read it in
Yeah.
Read the verse. Read the verse. Just read the verse.
No, because I had it in English.
Why is an Arab who's French?
French in what sense, bro? I'm not French. Like, I'm French Canadian. No, but French Canadian, yes, but it's Quebec. But anyways, if you're talking about
This explains a lot. Oh, you're Canadian French. Fucking, you just Moroccan. You just the worst combo, aren't you?
Yeah, okay, you could think that. But anyways, what's the verse, man? Let me read it in Arabic.
It's 19:24.
فندها اوكي من تحتها ألا تحزني قد جاء ربك تحتك سريا اوكي جعل ربك تحتك سريا. Yeah.
What language do you speak the most efficient? French, right?
Yeah.
That's your strongest language.
What? It's not in Arabic?
It's my first. It's my first language.
What's your accent? What's the accent you have in French?
A neutral accent. I don't have an accent. This is just my when I speak French, I don't have a French Canadian accent.
French is his first language.
Right, but they sound so different. The one in Quebec sounds ghetto compared to
So this is like a misconception, I would say. So there's the city of Montreal, then you can speak with the language of like just the street. But if you're French Canadian and you grew up like just talking normal French, you're gonna have a Quebecois accent. That's it. But every word is the same. Like, yeah, you could have like few words here and there that are different. But as for me, I don't even have like an accent. Most people, they tell me it's pretty neutral. Some even think I'm from Europe, but not necessarily. But they wouldn't say I have a Quebecois accent.
Okay, now after reading the verse, after introducing yourself in extreme depth, thank you for doing that. Could you tell me what if you split the word Maria, or at least go to its roots?
What is your question about this verse? Why are you asking?
Someone told me, right? Wait, because this is one of those interesting.
Sam and Khala told you.
No. Mohammed Jubba told me. He studies the Quran like you guys. He looks for the interesting things. You don't know him, do you?
This is the angel Gabriel or the Holy Spirit when he appeared to say the good news to Mary that she's going to bear a son.
Why is she bringing it up?
Why? Because he said the word like Maria, right? The root word. If you break down words of like proper nouns in the Quran, you'll find them in the surahs that are assigned to them, or you'll find them meaning within the surah itself. Somewhere it'll like expand on Maryam itself. It'll give you the meaning of it, right? So he said something about river standing. I forget, like depressed.
I'll get what his point is. Let's see.
He was saying like this verse refers. It means literally. It means like the word Maryam or something. I was asking because I don't know the Arabic.
But what's the precise word? You said Maryam?
Maryam, yeah. So the root words would be like someone depressed, standing, water, something.
I've never looked that up actually.
Yeah, if you look at the root, he does interesting work like that.
That's nothing new. This is already.
Yam. Oh wait, maybe Yam tells me like a source, but I'm not sure. Let me just search etymology.
Standing under something, actually, some stuff he was saying. I forgot to ask him for an explanation.
Okay, so apparently from the Hebrew it's beloved, but from the Arabic,
No, split the words.
She's asking about in the Quran because there are names that فهل مريم أيضا
The names are expanded and explained. So,
ليس قبلها إسحاق مريم معني مختلف سيد العبد الخادمة لا المرتفع النقي لكن في القرآن اسم عالم خاص بدون تحميل المعنى العبري المبالغ يحمل معنى أنه مرتبط بالبشارة. مريم في القرآن لا تستخدم بالمعنى الحرفي بل كاسم علم لامرأة معظمة. خلاص السريع كنت تقصد بمعنى فليس هناك آية توضح أو توحي
it's Yam with a shadda. So actually, if there is a shadda, it could mean water or sea.
yes, that's how I explained it. Some water, something.
Yeah, but it's. I don't think.
Yeah, the Quran does not have a verse like Ishaq, for example. So Ishaq, the very verse that he's mentioned in the very name, in the verse, it clarifies what the name means.
Correct.
Without so double. So that verse is another example of how the Quran uses one sentence, for example, or one structure of information, and through it, it gives us multiple layers of information. So it gives us the story, it highlights the key theme of the story, but also translates the name indirectly. So it's only someone who actually knows what Ishaq means, like, for example, in Hebrew, even though the root word can be understood in Arabic, but still, so Ishaq is like that. Maryam is not, so Maryam is not something.
So Maryam is water, right? Something about standing by the water or something.
Musa, for example, that's the one.
Yeah, so the
Musa is the river. Name is also associated with river. So in the Quran, his name and when his first name is mentioned, and the context of that verse tells you it's the same thing. So the Quran does this. This play at the name, so it kind of gives you the meaning of the name without actually telling you or giving you the meaning of the name.
Yeah, that's what he was explaining.
Yeah, but this is not Maryam, this is Musa. So Musa would be related to that. Maryam has no.
Something about water standing.
Yeah, because if you go in Surah Taha, when God said to cast Moses in the river, the word used for river in Arabic is al-yam. Yeah, so I see how it could be. This is.
There you go, doing that. It sounds like this because that means it's connected. No, it's not.
No, it's a bit connected.
Musa is connected. If you look at the name Musa, it's connected to that.
I know, but the context why she brought the verse. Exactly, but the context why she brought the verse, because or Maryam.
Why that's
makes sense with the name, like understand through the root meaning of the name Maryam.
I think he's just gonna argue it literally.
I'm not arguing, bro.
Conclusion.
I'm
talking about Maryam.
Yeah. So
Maryam, the root word is what? There's no root word.
It's
It is
I don't know. to be honest.
Exactly. But you're yapping.
No, but I'm just saying, look, the ending, Maryam, okay? And when Moses was thrown in the river, it's Eliam, right? So I'm just making connection from that angle. Now, if verse 24 also speak of a stream of water, you could see how it's beautiful to have both in the same verse. That's all. It's a beautiful hint.
I don't know how you think in French because I don't speak French. I took in 4th grade a class of French. I can't remember shit of it.
Bro, you understand.
And I just can't think how you're thinking in your head because it must be French is so retarded. That's why you get
talking about it.
Must be.
Bro,
I've heard the French language is really bad.
No, actually, it's smart. It's really smart. The grammar is
I heard
but it's hard. It's a hard grammar. But anyways.
But it's not as hard as Arabic.
Arabic is hard.
I've heard Moroccans and Algerian people who speak French who make fun of French.
Yeah, because there's too many exceptions. But it's kind of like Arabic, but Arabic is more rational, I guess.
Arabic is based on hardcore rules and pretty much grammar like science. So Arabic is science, math. You know if this word is an object or an adjective or مفعول به, فاعل, adverb, verb. So all of that, how it fits in the sentence,
now I found
forces you to.
Bro, listen. Right root word, Maryam. So you're going to see the etymology from all sides, Arabic and Hebrew. In Hebrew, it even says that it could mean drop in the sea.
Yeah, something like that.
So see, I'm not saying anything from stupidity. I know what she was referencing to. So when she brought
she's asking like in the Quran, Maryam,
exactly.
In the Quran, is it translated by the Quran? Does it explain the meaning? Is it like ashab?
Yeah,
in the sense.
Where? Okay, in the sense. I lay down. In what sense? You understand the point. If it's a mean circus sense, I don't want to hear it.
No, I'm just saying if you see it from that lens.
I know.
It's dropping in the water or dropping in the sea. And in the same verses,
in
talking about a stream of water.
In Hebrew. So the whole point, regardless of whether in Hebrew it's related in Arabic and in the Quran, when Maryam is mentioned, it is not brought up in the same way. Isaac, Moses, some of the names of the prophets that literally within the very verse that it brings it up is the meaning of the name. Regardless of what the meaning of the name Maryam, the Quran doesn't do it.
But I can see how it can do it in a sense. That's the point.
You can see how, I don't know, how you could, like, I don't want to say something.
It means river.
It's not based on anything, just your subjective.
He was giving some references to a river or something. I couldn't understand what he was saying.
If he's talking about a river, he's talking about Moses.
Yeah, so Moses, when God told him to drop, when God said to Moses
related to that,
to drop him in the river, the river in Arabic, there's many ways to say river, but the way it was said is Eliam, right? So
What does it matter?
Why does it matter? Because, even if you look root word etymology of Maryam, I could see how it's somehow...
Are you mixing Musa and Maryam? She's asking you how...
Wow, I just thought about it.
The sister of Moses.
Bro, the sister of Moses was called... Yeah, apparently. This is also...
the Quran does not say that.
I'm not saying it says that, but I'm just saying there's a beautiful... Like, I see how there's a picture...
No, you don't. You're like, Yam. So river sounds like the ending of Maryam. Must mean there's a connection.
It's two connections with Maryam concerning river.
What is
It's like
Extreme
the
of water.
Kazali and the Kazan. Like you gotta continue to like I don't know if you do this intentionally. Like I don't know.
Why not? I want to do it.
Oh, it must be a special kind of autism.
What is this guy talking about, bro? Yeah, sometimes I just want to piss you off. Is this the answer? I don't think so.
I don't know. I think it's maybe autism. Must be autism.
Always knew something was special about Amisha. Always knew.
Fucking take it.
Some people are more opinionated. I'm just stating facts. I'm just trying to understand the whole people. And then, some people crash out, and others are more open-minded.
Crash out. My dog is about to crash out.
Yeah, even him, he's barking at you. He's like, yo, come on,
She's like, fucking give me this guy. Hey, fucking rag
No,
dog.
mad means like to pass by.
Down, boy. Down.
And Yam is a river, okay?
Down, boy.
See, there's a doggy. Look, can you hear? Can you hear?
Okay, feed him.
Can you hear the
feed
doggy?
him free.
You
Not cute at all. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are on right now.
He's just compensating. It's fucking.
Like what?
He's small. He looks like a bulldog, but he's fucking small, so he's not actually. He's got all the attitude, but. none of the
Mine
size.
too. Mine too. He's so tiny.
He's not tiny. Like, he looks like a miniature bulldog.
Cute.
Not cute at all.
Why do I think he's a big dog for some reason? It was trademark. I put some relaxing music for my puppy dog. Yeah.
Hello? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Hello, checking 1 2 3 1 2 3. Hello, sir. Are you there? Hello.
Yes, I am here.
What are you doing?
I am
What
doing.
are you doing?
I am doing.
Doing. Miss what?
I am doing that.
Dancing. Oh, like Bollywood.
No, I am doing done. I am done.
Done.
Yes,
Sir, are you from foreign?
I am from here and there.
Last time, he came barking, like, through the neighbor's fence. Fucking, like, had a whole water gun. Just fucking rained it on me. He never decided to come, like, he now barks from a distance, so he's like,
He's on one with you, yeah?
I got one of those, like, pump action, like, water guns. Okay, this time, if he fucking comes at me, fuck,
Use that thing. Use a collar.
like, I'll take you on with one hand. Okay.
I mean, you wanna introduce a topic?
I don't have any right now, but if you guys have any topics, go ahead.
Of course not. Ah, shit, man. Sweat. Oh, fuck. So the water went through. Oh. Shit.
actually.
Here's the topic. Kazali is Turkish.
كفي بقى صدقت كتير اليوم.
Did you see this room? It says Benny Adam is not Turkish, is a Jew. Why does he hate himself? So I went into this room.
It's worse, bro.
This gal named Wednesday was beefing on Benny. So I'm like, I get up there on the stage. I sit up there and oh, here she is. Here's Wednesday. Come on up, Wednesday. Let's go. You want to bring it in this room? I'm here to defend Benny.
Yeah,
You're beefing on Benny. Why are you beefing on Benny like that?
Do you use the chopstick?
Benny is highly intelligent, has excellent values, and can
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
out-debate you anything.
Bro, the thing is, I
You
wasn't
and him
debating.
debate each other.
Bro, I'm not debating anybody. I said my opinion of him. You got mad about my opinion of him. That's
Just
fucking
put a
crazy.
stage.
That you
Just
got.
you and him on
That's
a stage.
crazy that you got mad. That's crazy that you got mad about my opinion of him. That's fucking crazy.
That's my friend Ben.
Cynic, don't get upset. Don't get upset. He started with me.
I'm not talking about you.
Then he started.
This water damage.
I'm just saying, don't get upset.
I'm just saying.
Me.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is, you fucking dick
That's
rider.
all I'm saying.
But you like dick. You like
Excuse
dick? Cynic, he likes dick.
No, I don't, man.
He does like dick. You like dick.
No,
You
one
dick
doesn't.
right,
No, I
man.
got one.
You dick right, man.
I don't.
You dick right, man, bro. Yes, you do. Friends? We're not friends on social media, bro. There's no such thing as
Why do you gotta take it to like some sort of sexual?
No, there's no friends.
Talking about Benny.
You came
Talking
over
about
here.
Benny.
You came over here, dick riding on the net.
Some sort of
Bro,
sexual.
I'm not sexuality. You're from New York. Or from somewhere in the East Coast.
I'm from
You know what
North
dick
Jersey.
riding is.
North Jersey.
Oh my God, you're from the worst part of the world. Oh my God, you're from New Jersey.
Name or bro, this is irrelevant.
I don't know where it is.
No, I'm just saying he's a Jew. Okay, he's a Jew. He's a Jew. He's a Jew. It's okay to be a Jew.
Just say
I might have
Actually, my
No, I'm saying
they didn't believe.
I might be a Jew. I might be a Jew too.
Wednesday, I'm with you.
I might be a Jew too.
Let's see.
I might be a Jew. I said that Benny Adams is a Jew. What's wrong with being a Jew? I might be a Jew.
Nothing's wrong. What you're putting is you're saying Benny is Turkish. He's not. He's Jew.
No, he said he was Turkish. He said he was Turkish.
We just did the whole.
Yeah, we did the whole thing this morning.
He said he was Turkish.
You missed the whole
He
thing
said he
this
was
morning.
Turkish. I don't give a fuck. He said it. He said it. And then that's a lie. So then he lied then. He's lying.
Oh, he's got some sort of. He's got some.
No. No, there's no ancestry. Then he lied. Then you say he's a liar.
I never said. No, you're the one that's lying.
No, you're saying that he's a liar.
No, I never said that, man. Never.
He said he was Turkish. You said he was Turkish. He was told
I think he has
everybody
ancestry. He has some.
He said, okay, he said he was Turkish.
Sink. What was he talking about? That Turkish part.
Sink.
His last.
Sink.
Now, I'm waiting on Wednesday if you want to calm down.
Okay, I will come down. Mira.
Por favor, respira. Respira, amor. Respira.
No, don't put me in audience. I will, if you put me in audience.
Calma.
Cynic, if you put me in audience, I will go to California. I know, and I will stress.
¿Por qué? ¿Qué quieres?
Why you dick letting a dude though? No, I don't want to come here.
Okay.
Why you did it? Because I don't want to. The way you made it sound was yucky. Ew.
Do you call guys Papacito?
No, you fucking racist bitch.
Come on, what's wrong with calling some guy
No,
Papacito?
fucking, why would I call that? That's my father's name.
Do you only call any chicks Mamacita?
No, you fucking weirdo.
Fucking
weirdo. Fucking white man.
Respira.
He's Egyptian? Oh my gosh, it's Egyptian.
So why you
Why you guys leave so much garbage by the pyramids?
I'm not Egyptian. I'm ancestral Egyptian. I was born and raised in Jersey.
Oh, what?
Oh my god. So you're not now he's not Egyptian. Now he's not Egyptian. Now you're not Egyptian.
Why do you guys leave so much garbage? What does that mean?
That's like you're saying
That's
like you're saying
for
that's
someone else's
that's like
activity somehow.
that's like like saying just like that, don't call me no more. I will jab you in the throat.
¿De dónde eres?
No, I'm
Puerto Rico.
Ah. De Puerto Rico.
That's
With a Latina.
¿De dónde en Puerto Rico? ¿Por cerca de Punta Cana o Punta Cana?
no, I'm from Santa Isabella.
Oh, wow. Oh, con gusto.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. You're not so now you're not Egyptian.
No, you're definitely a Latina. You're definitely a Latina.
So no, now you're not Egyptian, you wanna be white?
Do you see? This is what a relationship is like. This is what it's like. Oh my God.
Change the topic.
Bro, I would love to say this, man.
You can change the topic. Why are you going?
Change the topic.
I have a Latina girlfriend. This is what it's like. And
You're Jewish, Sam?
so you have two situations. You just stay quiet and put up with it, or you can end up in an argument like this. There's no middle ground.
Alright. Or you just shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And you see what I gotta do now?
Maybe you need to agree and that's what I'm talking about.
Now it's a different age. They're special.
Thank you.
They're complicated.
We just took away. Okay, so this is a new thing. Now we're not ethnicity. Because I'm a proud Boricua, so I don't know. And Marcus is a proud Iranian. And Cynic is a proud Palestinian. And I'm what you are? What are you? What's your ethnicity?
Moroccan.
He's a proud Moroccan. And Sam is a proud white American.
No, I'm not a white American. I'm a proud Jersey boy.
No,
That's about it.
You can't be proud from Jersey.
I have ties to. I have ties to.
No, you can't be.
I have
You can't be
ties
proud
to.
from being in Jersey. You can't be proud being in Jersey.
Yeah.
You can't be proud.
No, Jersey's a great state. What are you talking
Jersey
about?
stinks. You go back to George Washington Bridge and it stinks.
Okay. Then why do we have a lot of Puerto Ricans live in Jersey
They're stupid, that's why.
and New York?
Yeah, well, New York is beautiful.
Yeah, New York is beautiful, sure, but it's really expensive and it can be
Well,
hectic.
gives a fuck?
I like to have my space.
I don't give a fuck about your space. Don't people like
I'm just trying to say the difference between New York and Jersey. That's what it really
I don't give a fuck. Talk to white Latino
I'm
about that.
gonna make a coffee.
I'm confused. What happened to you when you were talking shit about that guy?
I just said, oh, okay, now I can speak, thanks. I just said, so he didn't hear my thing. I said for the Palestinian movement, I've noticed that there's a lot of people who have hijacked our movements who are Jew haters, right? They Jew haters, but they also hate Muslims too, right? At the same time. So like Bishop, he's a Jew hater and he's a Muslim hater, right? We can all believe that, but Bishop says it to your face that he's a Jew hater and a Muslim hater. Betty Adams does this fucking passive aggressive shit.
We're not the same. A
Right,
guy.
Betty Adams does. Wait, I figured that we. Okay, can I finish speaking? Don't let that way. Thank you very much. So Betty Adams does this passive aggressive shit. He puts history on shit. Then he says this. And then when you catch him drunk and shit like that, he'll say, I hate the Jews, okay? Please drunk on here, man. My thing is, it doesn't look good for the movement. And it doesn't look good for Muslims as a whole. Because we are facing Islamic hate. Not in the West. I mean, then it's nothing new, but it has increased, right? I know a couple of sisters, especially in New York, whose hijab is taken off of them, right? So that's scary for
Wait,
them.
are you a Puerto Rican convert to Islam, or were you born?
It's called revert. It's called a revert.
No, but okay. But what were your parents?
Female version of resistance.
What were your
I'm not a female. Yo, I'm not the female version of resistance.
Oh, so you're convert. Okay, you're a revert. Oh, interesting. Okay.
It's a revert. It's a revert, right?
Yeah, I heard there's a growing number in Puerto Rico, and
yes. If you look at one of my pictures, if you go into one of my pictures, there's a mosque right there in San Juan. I've actually been to that mosque. As a matter of fact, my new mayor-elect was in that mosque recently, a couple of weeks ago. I think 2 weeks ago, he was there. But anyway, my whole thing is being hijacked. Yes, he's a faggot too.
His name is not originally of Turkish roots. It's actually Persian or Kurdish roots.
Okay, so he's a Jew.
Oh, man.
It's not fucking saying he's a Jew.
He's a Jew.
He's not a Jew.
I have some Jewish blood in me.
It doesn't make you Jewish.
Don't do it. Say I got some Jewish blood in me too. There's nothing wrong with being Jew.
Jewish blood.
Okay, listen. I have some Ashkenazi Jew blood in me.
what is that?
Because of the Spaniards.
Oh, DNA.
Because of the Spaniards and stuff. And whatever, Christopher Columbus.
How do
He
you
was a Jew or whatever. Because I did my 23andMe.
Who said Christopher Columbus was a Jew?
Who told you
He
Christopher?
was a Jew. Yeah, I think that he was a Jew. He just changed. He was a Jew and he just when the Jews were being. Oh my God, you're not letting me speak. I'll give you the paperwork on this.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
Usually it doesn't work like that.
Fucking Catholic.
He was not a Catholic. He was a Jew. He changed. He was a Catholic when he came, but he was a Jew.
Okay, pull it out. I'm gonna fucking go in the street and fucking say I'm gay with a big sign.
Okay. And you were.
Damn, I think I'm gonna pull it up now. I'm gonna have to invent this. Right now, I'm gonna have to invent. Anyways.
This is the shit that fucking makes us look stupid.
Yeah, exactly. Please, whenever you're making claims, guys,
There's no
provide
proof
evidence.
that
Otherwise, it looks really bad.
Islam or you're not.
Yeah, what were these claims? Who made them?
Claim is Christopher Columbus is a Jew.
He's a Jew.
He's not a Jew.
Wasn't it he like Italian or Spanish?
The
Oh
boss?
my
No, he
God.
was not.
No,
He was not a
Portuguese
Jew.
or whatever. I forgot.
It's like no one. It's like no one.
Yeah, I think he was Portuguese, but he did get the money, the funding.
Yeah, he is from Portugal. That's right.
Right, he's Portuguese, but he got the funding from the Queen of Spain.
Maybe, yeah.
He went, I think, to the British first, and they turned him down.
Yeah.
Then he went to the Queen of Spain. She rolled the dice on him, and she hit the jackpot.
Yeah. Something like that.
And that's why you saw the eventuality of Central America and South America and Mexico.
That's the white man's science history. I'm gonna take this position just based off of
I'm
cynic.
gonna read this.
It wasn't even white. Like, I don't know why it's, Was he?
He wasn't secretly wrapping tefillin or under the deck while plotting to bomb into Cuba or to bump into Cuba. No. But the idea he had Jewish or crypto-Jewish ties isn't some fringe Facebook uncle theory either. It's one of those awkward historical half shadows, not confirmed, not dismissed, and suspicious enough to annoy both the nationalist fanboys and the history is boring crowd. Here's the clean breakdown to try not to choke on the iron. With what mainstream historians say, he was a Genoese Catholic sailor, which I assume Italy was the end. So you guys were saying Spain, I was thinking Italy.
No, it's not Portuguese.
Genoese. Catholic sailor. End of story. Move along, don't cause trouble. What the data actually hits at, some of his behavior fits crypto-Jewish patterns way too well for comfort. He wrote in a weird Judeo-Spanish, Ladino-ish flavor sometimes. He used white Christians to church. Does
Is this history revisionist stuff?
He wrote in a weird Ladino-ish flavor sometimes. He used Hebrew letters in his markets. He dated letters on using the Jewish calendar. He was extremely close to known conversos and crypto Jews in Spain. His signature is this bizarre cryptic triangle stack thing.
Just all speculation.
Crypto. This is his fucking shit.
Yeah.
Than any Christian piety.
Okay.
1492 wasn't just, quote, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, end quote, it's also Spain expelled.
Okay, dude, come on, 1492.
Jewish, let me finish so you actually learn something. So
we know this little hypothesis thing. I heard this before. Go ahead.
You don't know what it's based on. Motive 1492 wasn't just Columbus sailed the ocean blue, it was also the 10th a ton of Jewish families fled or head, and Columbus built his network from exactly those circles. The strongest argument, he writes to the king in a tone dripping with messianic and gathering vibes. This isn't how typical Catholic explorers wrote, this is how crypto-Jewish mystics wrote. The weakest argument, but funny, some Zionist and anti-Zionist commentators ironically agree on this one thing. Columbus might have been Jewish. Normally, that's a sign the universe is trolling us. Your answer, no, he wasn't proven Jewish. Yes, he had massive crypto-Jewish red flags that your average medieval Catholic wouldn't dream of displaying. If you forced me to bet $100 on it, I'd bet the money on he wasn't halakhically Jewish, but he was almost definitely using crypto-Jewish networks and may have been a converso descendant doing the Catholic on the outside thing. That's the intellectual honest answer without sugarcoating.
Yeah.
Goalposts change.
It's possible. No.
Still
much. No. 1492, right? Where are we at? 2025? What do we have? No, I read this crypto, this whole, and that just recently came out. For 500 years, it's never been mentioned at all. And not just recently, you're starting to hear about this, like, oh, just 10 years ago, or 5 years ago, they're spinning this on the internet. It's history revisionism to try to somehow indirectly claim, hey, look, we are behind the discovery of this great country.
They're still doing it, Sam.
They're not behind the discovery of this country. Columbus, what?
Yeah, when you then say he's if you're gonna say he's Jewish, then you have to rewrite the whole. There's going to be a slight different spin on the rewriting of the history of Columbus in the United States.
I see the move. America was promised to the Jew. 500 years. Anyways. So it's like, what? It doesn't matter, actually. Even if it doesn't, like, what does that mean? Who cares?
A huge amount of relevant material wasn't available until the late 19th and 20th century, especially private letters, financial records, the full diary manuscripts, Inquisition-era documents, verso genealogies. Only when historians started actually reading the marginal notes did they notice the Hebrew date codes and weird cryptic signatures. For scholars in earlier periods didn't care about minority details before the 1950s, historians weren't looking for ethnic or religious nuance. Everything was great white man does great white things. Crypto-Jewish history wasn't a popular search field until after World War II. Post-Holocaust academic interest in conversos exploded also once they started studying Sephardi exile patterns seriously. They mapped the exact networks Columbus used, and the crypto-Jewish patterns basically jumped off the page. Historians today aren't as terrified of upsetting Spain. That's another reason why a lot of this is popping up more recently. Because back then, he's a Catholic hero, and he will not ruin this for us. Now, if he used Hebrew dates, we can actually admit that like grown-ups. DNA tested nothing. It's all documentary, which took time. We're dealing with signatures, letters, linguistic patterns, and financial factors of the voyage. This takes decades of scholarly grinding, not TikTok gossip. The honest answer, Lillian, it wasn't discovered recently. It just became politically safe to talk about recently. That's it. Even it was the Conversos. The Conversos, just because they're forced to convert, doesn't necessarily mean they lost their influence or their pull. So either Columbus is heavily networking with Conversos, Jews, or he's a
Okay, I want to read this here. I want to read
He
this.
was a crypto. I just don't see.
Wait, I thought that.
It says here.
Oh, go ahead.
I need to look at this validity here. No, it's
Yeah, the story. I gave you the book. There's a book there written by Simon Russell that wrote a book, Simon Sail of Hope in 1972, when they argued Christopher Columbus refused to be Jewish and fleeing in Spain between the 1490s to the exposure. So yeah, that's where I got my information from. Do you guys want any more information about the historian?
I say we got all the information. I mean, what is there new?
Are they saying in this study some DNA linkage? What the hell does that mean? So there may have been DNA linkage. Doesn't mean your great grandfather.
All the DNA and denied it.
No, there was one study that was saying
DNA tested nothing.
Okay, fine. If you want to say that, fine. But
provide me a website that says it was, so I could give it to it, so it learns. If it's wrong, then
here, okay. This gets tricky. It says, no, Christopher Columbus was not Jewish. His family was demonstrably Christian, and he publicly identified as such. However, some theories.
No one's denying that.
Yeah, and then they go into some theories suggesting he had Sephardic Jewish ancestry, or he could have been a converso. These theories are not universally accepted by historians. Okay, and there was a genetic study in 2024 suggesting use of DNA from Columbus's remains suggests he was a Sephardic Jewish origin from Western Europe. But that I can provide the link to that.
So how would they do the DNA testing? Is it by some descendants who claims to be from him?
Yeah, I would have to read that. I would have to read that particular study. That's why you brought up an excellent point. I was going to go and open up the study and look at it myself because I do studies when I was at the university. So but I didn't get to that point yet. I'm not going to fall into that. So he may have had a great grandmother or grandmother, but that doesn't mean he was raised. That doesn't mean he was culturally raised that way. So hello.
Here's a Jew.
Because of some DNA markers. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like this.
I wasn't wrong.
You have Jewish.
I wasn't wrong. So Nick, I want you to learn to speak.
Yeah, but by the same token, the Egyptians
there are remains. There were DNA tests, but the whole thing is such a circus. It would make the Byzantine bureaucrat blush. Columbus's bones are in national custody battle. Spain claims to have him in Seville. The Dominican Republicans swear they have the real Columbus in Santo Domingo. Two countries arguing over a guy who didn't even know where he was fitting. Spain actually allowed DNA testing. In the early 2000s, Spanish scientists tested the bones in Seville. Bones of Columbus's brother Diego and bones of Columbus's son Ferdinand. They matched. So the Seville remains are legit. So the Dominican Republicans are.
So let me get this straight. We all care about the genesis of America.
The bones are too damaged. But
Well, he never
The
stepped foot in America.
The DNA is degraded like an old VHS tape. You get enough to match family members, but not enough to do.
What, are you guessing this? Are you guessing this?
No, this is.
Are you guessing this?
No, this is my ancestry, like Sephardi versus Italian versus whatever. So the DNA is.
Wait, are you getting this for ChatGPT? Or this is your opinion?
Yes, this is ChatGPT. Yeah, these bones belong to Columbus's family. It does not answer, was he Jewish, was he converso, was he Andalusi, was he part extraterrestrial, did he like
There you go.
pizza?
So what?
No.
The Dominican Republican refused testing, said
Begins all over again.
and conclusion, yes, DNA testing happened. No, it doesn't solve anything. The genealogy question stays in the document evidence, not the biology.
Cha-ching, we're done.
What? Test their bones like to what end?
There's a bunch of scholars, there's a bunch of historians that say that he is.
Read the reasons why. One, because he is using like dates and calendar dates, which has to do with conversos. So
I can tell you something. If he discovered Afghanistan,
his network.
if he discovered Afghanistan, you think they would have gone to this much effort to try to find this? Think about it.
Wasn't he supposed to be Italian?
Yeah.
How does he become a Spanish Jew?
Oh, there's a guy.
Don't worry, you'll hear that part later.
No. Left the videos about your family name, bro.
Oh yeah, where'd you get to?
It was so intense. You're 100%. You're 100% from a Turkish origin. If you take a DNA test, bro, let me know, right? So
I don't
so
really
that I
care.
can prove. So I can prove them all wrong. They were saying
Yeah. Honestly, I couldn't give less of a shit.
No, bro.
Hey, Benny, I want to tell you something.
Literally, root name.
He's a Jew.
Word of this name is literally either Turkish or Persian. Not Turkish, Kurdish or Persian. There is no root
No,
name.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, Benny, I got this.
There is. God, Kazan.
The Li means, so you see their names, they say Muhammadov, Ibrahim Hamadov. The of now, does that mean that Muhammadov is now Russian?
No.
It means of
Muhammad.
Yes. Those Russian.
Yes.
Okay. So same thing is happening here. The Li is Turkish.
No, it got conjugated together into one. But if you split it, if you look at the etymology of it,
it's
actually
Kazan. So you're telling me then this is an Arabic term
Beit.
now. So
Yes.
Beit Kazan, which is the city that you're talking about, is not necessarily inhabited by Turks. It is multi-ethnic. So
No. Historically, it was Turks.
we just pulled it up before.
Kazan?
Yeah,
The city of Kazan?
Yeah.
Yes. You're telling me that historically speaking, obviously now there's a lot of Russian population. Now.
Before, and during the Ottoman Empire.
Not during the Ottoman Empire. Look at when it was conquered. Okay, so when it was conquered in the 1400s, right? So what was it primarily?
You're in that. Okay. So,
Hey, good job there, Benny. I just want you to know something. This Wednesday, she had a room beefing on you, a whole title about you.
Yeah, I don't know.
I went in there, man. And I went out there and the steak out there. I went and told her.
She has a room about me and she blocks me so I can't get it.
I went and told her. I said to her, Benny's highly intelligent, extra values, and he can out-debate you in any room at any time.
And I don't know why Wikipedia is not working.
The what?
Yeah, Wikipedia is not working. But yeah, it was. Anyway, the point is, I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, if I'm of Persian or Kurdish or Turkish, or it doesn't matter. I'm serious.
It's recognizing the name, so it knows about this last name, and it's telling you. It's not saying, the root is Persian Kurdish, not Turkish. If it wasn't
So ask it.
and it was Dar Kazan.
Ask it. If you split the Dar, from the Kazan, what does it become?
I just don't appreciate Sam being a dick rider. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Why are you a dick rider, Sam?
Okay, that's.
It's objectivity.
Do you like sucking a man Adam's dick?
Man, what's wrong with you?
Stop fucking talking that way. Like, what is this?
What are you talking about?
Like, what
It's
is
fine.
this?
It's fine. It's not holiday.
I need a woman resistance.
She is a woman resistance. That's something I don't know.
I know.
Yeah. ماشي اسال شات جي بي تي اذا بتفصل الدار عن الكازان شو بصير؟
يا بقول لي الشات يا رجل صاحبك جالس يخترع اشتقاقات من الهواء مثل طالب كسول يحاول يقنع الاستاذ انه القطعه الثانيه ضاعت.
What kind of Arabic is that?
دركزندي هذه أسماء ظهرت بين الشام والأناضول وفوقها طبقة مخبيص عثماني عادي. الكلمة أصلا شكلها تركي عثماني بحت من قازان أو من قازان لمنطقة قرب مرسين كازانلي. اللاحقة التركية لي معناها تابعي، مو دار كازانلي ولا دار الكزبرة. كلمة دار ليست تركية الأصل، اللي يصير عادة هو التالي. التركية العثمانية كازانلي تنطق بالشامجي يعني كازانلي، تتحول مع الزمن باللهجة دركزندي أو دركزندي أو دركزندي، يعني كلمة واحدة أصبحت 3 نسخ لأنه الناس تنطقها كما تسمع. وإيش سالفة الحرف الدال هذه؟ في الشام يضيفون دال قبل كثير كلمات أعجمية لتسهيل النطق مثل تركي، دربسي والدغري.
وين الدال؟ من وين جاي الدال؟ دال بالبداية.
هي بقول لك في الشام يضيفون دال قبل كثير كلمات أعجمية لتسهيل النطق مثل تركي، دربسي، دغري.
يعني الاسم كان أركزنلي؟
دركزنلي، دركزنلي، وخلصت السالفة. الخلاصة صاحبك يحاول يركب دار على كزنلي كأنها جملة عربية، بس الحقيقة أنها لغة تركية. مع الزمن صار لها تحويل، ليس لها أي معنى بدار قريب أو بعيد. هذا هو الواقع، سواء استوعبه صاحبك أو قرر يبني عليه رواية إنه جده كان وزير في إمبراطورية كازان المفقودة.
لا يا زلمة كان وزير ولا شيء، بس شوف في كذا مدينة بتركيا اسمها كازان بدون الدار.
We got that part.
طيب شو يعني؟ يعني هدول الناس اللي من كازان.
You have 2 solutions. Either, and okay, so just to confirm, Kazan had an area of a multi-ethnic population.
No, Kazan was Turkish. It was Tatar. Okay, so actually, more specifically, I do have some documentation to suggest that we do come from a village outside of Mersin in Turkey called Kazan, and that's how we got our last name. This is a minor opinion on my family. Kazanli, okay, is a small village outside of Mersin on the coast in the eastern Mediterranean, beside Turkey, right, southern Turkey. Okay, so this was a whole thing in my family. We were trying to get some land there, whatever. But the point is that like, yeah, Dar, meaning house of, right, was added when we came into the airport. But prior to that, it would have been Kazanli, as in people from Kazan. If it was Persian or Kurdish too, I don't really care, to be honest. This is based on our oral history and what limited documentation that we have. This is most likely the case.
So yeah, the name Kazan means an exclusive to Turks. This is where people get confused. Kazan as a word exists in Turkish, Persian, Kurdish, even Russian Tatar Kazan. Same basic Turkic root. Why? Because Turkic languages spread the root Kazan with a Q, across enormous territory, and Persians and Kurds picked it up in place names centuries ago. And when I told you the original root can appear in Persian, Kurdish.
Yeah, but they picked it up from Turks.
Roots. This was referred to the etymological root, not the identity of the Turkish Kazanli town. Place name etymology does not equal ethnicity of the modern town. Your surname variants, Derkezendi, are Ottoman Turkish. In structure, this is an important part. The ending li is Turkish, full stop. Persian does not mark origin that way. Kurdish does not. Even Arabic does not. This is why the family name form is clearly Ottoman Turkish, even if the root word Kazan is ancient and appears in multiple cultures. So the full truth, Kazanli, the town, Turkish, suffix Turkish, root Kazan, originally Turkic, but spread into Persian. This is for Kazan, by the way, but Kazan is meaning something in Farsi and the leak is added. So depends on if you're saying, but if you're clearing I haven't explained where the dot came from.
I'm explaining where the dot came from.
No, you're wrong. It's telling me it's impossible. It wouldn't have done.
Can we get over the R?
Because what you're doing is you're saying, first of all, it's not an Arabic city. Like, why would you say Dar Kazan? Why would you call it?
I'm not saying, no, it's not an Arabic city. I'm saying the city is called Kazanli.
Okay, why would you have Dar?
Because house of. We're the house of the people that came from this area. بيت مثلا بيت الحموي. شو يعني بيت الحموي؟ ناس الحما.
Okay, يعني واحد من ضاد خرب.
No, that's not how you read. That's not how you read. Turkish and Persian.
Someone who Dar has been combined with the very last name.
Yeah. So
Li is from the place. Li is
from the place.
Yeah, that is not.
Dar is house of.
No.
Yes, it is. That's Arabic.
She's Persian.
This is not an Arabic. This is not an Arabic word.
I'm not saying it's an Arabic word. I'm saying it's an Arabic prefix.
We have Arban, Darahshan, all that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's Arabic.
Exactly. So you use.
No. What I'm saying, Nargis.
It's not Arabic.
No. But Nargis, the thing is that Dar in Arabic means house of. We have. Yeah, it means house of. Dar.
I know that, but in Farsi it's not used like that.
I'm not talking about Farsi.
The
reason why I'm saying
it is from Farsi.
I'm not saying the origin. No, but that's not necessarily the case because in Turkey there are several villages called Kazanli. So it's basically my last name, but without the dot, without the D-A-R in the beginning. Okay.
That's great.
Our tradition is that we came from one of these villages that's actually very close to the border of Syria.
I see.
Right? So when we came to the Arab lands, where are you guys from? We're from Kazanli. Therefore, you're the house of Kazanli. Dar Kazanli.
Kazanli or Kazan?
Kazanli.
I thought Li.
Kazanli. Actually, but
Okay.
So you get it?
Yeah.
That's. But again, these are old traditions. I don't know how true they are. I don't really care. Because it doesn't make it any less true.
So, looks like a lot of Syrians came with that last name.
There aren't that many.
A lot of Turkish came, or whatever, Kurdish Persians came with that last name.
It's not a huge family.
It's not a huge family.
No.
Well, a very famous criminal called Rassam Kazanli. I just read about him.
Who?
Big criminal from Aleppo. Like from years ago, like from olden days.
The only one I know of is Ma'mun Kazanli.
That one.
Yeah. So that guy is actually a cousin of my dad.
Do you know Muhammad Ramadan?
His name.
He's Syrian.
That's the first name that pops up, with your last name.
I know.
What the heck?
Yeah.
I know. Okay.
Yeah.
It's saying here.
So here, myheritage.com, Darkazanli associated with Asian regions, particularly associated with Turkic and Persian cultures. Historically, it is believed that to have emerged during the medieval period, possible links to nomadic tribes that roamed these areas. The name itself may derive from a combination of words that suggest a connection to a specific geographic feature or occupation, such as dark, meaning dark or black. I don't think so. In some Turkic languages. Azamli, potentially relating to a place or profession over time individuals. Yeah.
So
Azam is darkness.
المعنى الحقيقي ليس بالكازاني because Kazan, I'll give you that it is Turkish. It has meaning.
Oh, you just won.
Kazanli, though, it's different. If we're looking at this as one word with the li just being the suffix that tells you, just like of or like the, we just wrote this.
How are you spelling it in Arabic? Hold on. How are you you spelling it in Arabic?
دال
think you're reading it right now.
كاف زين ألف نون.
زين ألف نون.
دال راء كاف زين ألف نون. تركزان لي.
No, ما في ألف.
تركزان لي.
دال راء كاف بدون ألف.
So
دال راء كاف زين نون لام ياء.
When are we going to start discussing cat and coot?
The surname Dr. Zanli is most frequently held in Saudi Arabia. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I think you're going to win this one, Benny. You got this.
I mean, it's not a matter of
كل الصيغ بقول لي أنا لا تغيير الكتابة من تركزني بالألف
Because of the Ottoman Turks who went to Saudi Arabia.
ولا يغير الجذر. هذا مجرد اختلاف نطق محلي مو اختلاف جذر لغوي.
Yeah, I wouldn't change much.
كل الصيغ تركزني تركزني كلها نفس البنية. مقطع درك درك دارك درك. مقطع زان زين زان زان. لاحقة لأسف تغيير هون صوتي. حذف حرف قلب حرف تسهيل نطق لهجة محلية ولكن الجذر ثابت. الكسر بين زان وزن وزين عادي جدا في الكردية الفارسية الأرمنية السريانية. بينما التركية ما عندها جذر زنلي زان بهالتركيب إلا إذا كان مقتبس من لغة ثانية. درك 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 الدرك هذا الشكل الصوتي أجنبي عن النطق التركي لكنه طبيعي جدا في الكردية. در در دار درك. ونفس الشيء في الفارسية دار درك دير. تفكير بسيط. التركية يميل إلى كاكي كوكا كارا كازا مو دركزان دركزان دركاز. اللاحقة التركية لي هذا الشيء الوحيد التركي في الكلمة. هذا طبيعي جدا لأن ملايين العائلات في سوريا والأناضول أخذت اللاحقة العثمانية لي بدون أن تكون تركية الأصل. أمثلة كردلي عربلي سروجي سروجلي طر سوسلي زالي كزليلي.
Okay, the suffix came from the Turkish. ايه صح بس لما عم نحكي جذور الكلمة يعني نحكي عنها هي كظان.
اوكي بس هذا إذا كان موضوع الضار زي ما أنت بتقول ولكن إذا زاد هاي كلمة واحدة مستحيل.
ممكن صح بس هي ليش أنا بقول هي شغلة الدار أعلى لأنه جزء من الأورال تراديشن إنه نحن جايين من المنطقة اسمها كازانلي.
It's not added, it's most likely Persian.
Yeah, I know. Sure, maybe, but the thing is that because we also say that we came from this place called Kazanli in Turkey, right? That makes it most likely to be added.
نشوف.
فهمت علي؟ يعني إذا واحد جاي من حما أنا بقول أنت بيت الحمي.
أنا أهم شيء ما يكون يخبص يعني لازم. So that's all. أوكي هو يقول لا إنها تركية وإنها مشتقة من دمج بار وكذا مدينة في تركيا. مشتقة من دمج بار وكذا. راجل هذا صاحبك عاملها كأنها اللغة التركية ليجو نركب فيها قطعتين ونطلق لقب خليني أجاوبك بصراحة بنوع السخري الذي يستحق الكلام بس مع تحليل لغوي محترم. أولا دمج دار وكازان فكرة مستحيلة لغويا. التركية ما تجمع كلمة، ما تدمج كلمتين بهالشكل.
انا ما عم بقول انه الترجمه معروفه.
Sometimes it does, like, to eliminate the options. I try to work with that, like, hybrid logic, but I can't. It needs more work. ثانيا كلمة دار ليست تركية أصلا. obviously you already know.
obviously ما قلت انه تركيه.
I know sometimes it has to say obvious.
العم هذا مخرب في الشات جي بي تي تبعه.
It does. The higher logic part is, it does that because it doesn't connect. It's intentionally not connecting across all the stuff you search. Edward can explain. ثالثا اللقب التركي لو كان كذا كان يتم كذا رابعا خامس والسيفة actually it's the name of once.
Yo, is Wikipedia down for any of you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, no, it's working. Yeah. So look, there's this.
I got it. How many times do we have to explain this? How many times do we have to explain this? Fuck, bro. تمام هالمرة فهمت بالضبط وين صديقك ماشي. هو ما يدعي انه ضاف تركيا، هو يدعي انه العرب اضافوا كلمة دار فوق كزني لتصبح دار كزني دار كزني، بالتالي الاسم عربي تركي مركب. الجواب الصريح مستحيل لغويا وتاريخيا. أقولها لك من دون تنعيم ولا لا. العرب لا يبنون ألقابا بهذه الطريقة. ما في شيء بالعربية اسمها دار بلس لقب أجنبي يكوز لقب جديد، لا في الجاهلية ولا في العصر الإسلامي ولا في العصر العثماني ولا في لهجات الشام. العرب إما يعربون الاسم كما
were so invested in you.
أو يقلبون الحروف ليلائم مخارجهم، لكنهم لا يضيفون كلمة دار قبل الأنساب. أعطيني مثال واحد من التاريخ. ما في. هذا اللي أنا أصلا سألتك إياه بالأول. إذا في عندك مثال تركيب دار بلس كزني غير طبيعي في أي لغة عربية ما تبني نسب هكذا، والتركية ما عندها شيء اسمه دار كزني ولا ينتج عنه لقب. الكردية الفارسية عندها جذور دار ودرك ودار، لكنها جذور مستقلة وليست كلمة دار العربية. يعني دار العربية مستحيل تكون درك ودار ودرك، لا من حيث النطق ولا المعنى ولا الأصل اللغوي. المقطع درك موجود في كثافة في الكردية والفارسية، وهذا هو الجذر الحقيقي. وكلها مقاطع كردية وفارسية تظهر في الأسماء قرى عشائر وجبال ووديان، مثل دركز، دركزان. There's literally, this is all encouraged and encouraged. تركين، دركشان، and درغزيني، وكلها موجودة في شمال سوريا والعراق وشرق تركيا. فالاسم دركزان مو جاي من الدار العربية، هو جاي من جذر كردي فارسي والتشابه الصوتي خارج. كيف دخلت اللاحقة التركية لي؟ لأن العائشة كانت تعيش في أرض عثمانية، والولاة كانوا يضيفون لي لي يعني الأسماء القرى والأعراف. يعني الاسم الأصلي تركزان تركزان صار في العهد العثماني قصدي يعني تركزان لي، مثل العرب بلس لي عربلي، كرد بلس لي كردلي، تركشان بلس لي تركشاني، سروج بلس لي سروجلي. هذا لا يعني اسم عثماني مركوب فقط.
يعني عم تقول لي انه فارسي او كردي
على the one sentences too many matching way of this term.
Okay,
the root word actually has meaning in their languages, not Turkish, not Arabic. And we don't have it where in Arabic like it's ever been done where someone just uses like dar combines it with the ism ajnabi and then now we have an Arabic. We don't do that. As far as like if you have one example that would be great. And I would like
I don't know, I haven't really looked
because
into
the AI then would learn it. Yeah, but it looks looks like and mentions it's registering the term. So it sounds to us we're not getting it really. But unless there's a Persian and a Kurd, they're gonna be like, oh, it's gonna light bulbs over their heads.
So in Persian, what does it mean?
Tell him.
It literally means house. The first part is the same, it's house. So whether it's in Persian or in Arabic, it's house. No, I'm just saying.
It's door.
It's not house.
That is door.
It's door?
No, isn't it
That
house?
So this is what it's saying. It's saying that these words are in Persian, so or in Kurdish. So derkez, derkazan, derkin, derkashan,
Exactly.
Yeah.
That is part of it.
derkazini. And I'll just put these in the chat because technically you should be able to.
Yeah, I see there's a bunch of last names that have start with Dar and Darwish.
It's a very common
Shiraz are-
part. Like it's very common in Iran to have your name start with that or Fat.
Yeah, it means door or inside.
Yeah, Darahme.
Yeah.
Dar Kardan.
I cannot.
I'm afraid you're a Kurd, bro.
Darosha. Daraji.
That bar.
This is at this point. You should take a deep breath.
That is the.
No, I don't give a shit.
Bro, just take one and it's gonna say circuit and then I'm just
You can't separate that. I don't know why you guys are reading like Arabic. I told you already.
No, the thing is, there are plenty.
Pulling out Turkic DNA in like a haplogroup in this region, very, very low. Because if you look at the Turks in Turkey, they're not like the Turks in Azerbaijan.
No, I don't know. I don't even think that, yeah, we'll pull out like a Turkish haplogroup or anything like that. Because, like, yeah, there could have been Turks and.
themselves don't have Turkish.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, like, there was Turks that moved from, like, Central Asia into Levant and then mixed in with the people, and then their haplogroups got mixed up. So, yeah, I mean, that's very possible, but I don't really care.
I'd say the majority of the Turks in Turkey are J1, J2. Like, I'm saying, like, not like an
A lot of them are
Greek.
Greeks are not. Greeks are not J1, J2.
The Greeks are J2.
Are they? Oh.
you sure about this?
I'm sure about this.
Mm,
The Greeks J2. I would say the haplogroup with the highest percentage.
okay, yeah, because there was a lot of admixture with Turks.
Hold on, it says here in pure Arabic, Dar meaning house for abode. Historically, you can get the phrase like Dar Fulan, the house of so and so. And
It's
then
not
over
Dar.
centuries,
We don't combine it.
hold on, and over centuries, some of these could fossilize into family or tribal names.
Makes sense.
One example. Just give
Yeah.
give
No, it
one
makes sense.
example with a
Darwish.
راح تنزل انت اسانسير يعني انت عادي بدك تشتغل اسانسير بشغلك اسانسير مش مشكله.
Darazi. Daragmi.
هذا افهم المطلوب انه يكون دار مدموج باسم اجنبي.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
So if you're saying and you're talking about مركب at this point, like a combination name, it's just not heard of. Conversation. It's not about because I don't want my AI to be wrong. That's all. If it's
Yeah, okay, I can't seem to find one.
yeah, that's what my AI is saying too. But like
Shouldn't I ask for
you're looking at a very low probability. Let's assume it's possible. But you're looking at a very low probability compared to actual languages that this word has meaning. There's no reason to break it down.
I don't know. So the Turks, so my family members that got Turkish citizenship, they just duped the Turkish
I
government.
forgot to give you the last one. So Kazan has like the demographics of that city. Kazan demographics.
Yeah, don't look at modern day demographics.
Yeah, not modern day.
It's like darkness or something. like a dark Kazan Yiddish or stuck in the dark or something. I don't know if it's spelled the same way though. Am I going the right way now?
Yeah, here, the Khanate of Kazan, the primary language was Turkic.
Yeah, of course.
Tartars, yeah.
Yeah, so what? Doesn't mean there weren't Arabs. Obviously, there's all
Arabs?
Yeah, dude, they were all Arabs. There were Arabs in Anatolia.
This is not Anatolia. Kazan is not in Anatolia. It's in Russia. It's 400 kilometers from Moscow.
There was a one in Turkey too.
Yeah, that comes later. This one, the Sultanate, Khanate of Kazan, right, was from the 1400s to the 1500s.
I mean, the answer did mention the Russians. It told you how, like, we've said about Kazan, we talked about that.
Yeah,
so Kazan. Just, again, people seem to be, I know, Amin is continuously conflating this intentionally, but no, that Kazan is, we know about that city. Now, Dar Kazan, if whether this is what you're claiming, like Dar and the city, whether it's the Russian one or the Turk, doesn't matter, because we already, when we looked up Kazan, it did tell us that, oh, Russians, Turks, and then the city name, Persian occurs after.
Yeah, so after Turks started moving into Persia, they started naming cities after where they came from. So the Kazani people, when they were pushed out, they started moving south through through Iran and into Anatolia. And that's how you have all of these Kazani villages.
Actually, they're the same, kind of the same people. The Turkish, modern day Turkish or Iranian people.
There's a lot of mixture. Because they went through Iran, and they ruled over Iran for like hundreds of years. There was a Turkic Khanate in Iran, right?
Yeah, أنت في مرسين وجود قرية منطقة اسمها كازانلي في مرسين، فعلا في مرسين منطقة اسمها كازانلي، وهذه تركيا مية من ناحية الاسم لأنها كلمة كازان غلاية مصدر كبير منسوب إلى كازانلي أهل الغلاية من منطقة كازان. على الورق تمام هذا يفتح احتمال تركي فقط لو كان لقب العائلة كازانلي، لكن أنت عندك لقب دار كازانلي. خليني أنا الآن أقول لك الحقيقة اللي المواقع ما تشرح، يعني لو كان الجد من منطقة كازانلي فعلا اللقب ما ينكتب دار كازانلي. في الأسماء التركية كازانلي، أكادنلي، كونيانلي، ما يصير تضاف دال راء أو زين أو كاف زيادة، ولا يصير تحوير الجذر بهالدرجة.
ما نزل كاف أو لا أو راء أو لا.
Okay, DERZK. It's in English, but just like I said, this is not our language, so I can't. إضافة دار تدل على جذر مستقل مختلف، ليس كازانلي. الفرق بين كازانلي ودار كازانلي ليس حرفين، هذا تبديل جذر كامل. So it changes the whole word. تركي لو كان أصله كازانلي مرسين ما يضيع الجذر. الأطراف عبر 400 سنة
ما ضيع الجذر.
كونيانلي أكادنلي تكتبلي السفر الكبير، ما أحد يكتبها بعد جذر إلى دركنولي دركنولي. هذه التغييرات تحصل فقط عندما الاسم أصله غير تركي. المنطقة نفسها مرسي العثمانية كانت مختلطة، أكراد، أرمن، عرب، شيشان، تركمان وفرس زاني.
Branches, and then the next day they're like, let Barabbas go. Do you know what the word Barabbas means?
nice, never cursed, very well mannered, Christian guy, and then by hearing all of the garbage that I've heard in these kind of circles, and then watching society like disintegrate literally right in front of my face, okay, then it's radicalizing, and I think that my position is pretty defensible if you've experienced what I've experienced, or if you've taken seriously what's been happening.
I don't hate people,
But you
I don't
make
consider myself a hateful person.
you make it seem like you do hate people. That's the first impression I had of you.
Don't hate people. There's like my thing is this. Let me just give you one example. Like obviously this is just a small little microcosm, and there's more depth in this and there's more issues. But like if you're trans or whatever, like dude, I've really do you whatever. Go dress up, whatever, however you feel, whatever. That's fine. It's fine. But I think there are certain lines that are crossed where it's like where they're doing the whole like, allow the children to take the hormone blockers or all this stuff, and or take the testosterone and whatever, blah blah blah, and it essentially sterilizes these young kids. And I think that that's kind of the line that's crossed. And like, and people will hear me say certain things and then assume that like I hate trans people. Like if you're gay and you want to be married or whatever and fucking, that's just who you are. I want you to be you. And like if you're a black guy, for example, I don't have anything against you. I want you to not be destructive, and I don't want you to be a destructive element within the society. And I would love to partner with you so that we could cultivate things that would make it so that the things that are primarily, in my opinion, affecting the black community, which if you look at my profile, I think is one of the things is the fatherless epidemic in the black community. I think would change a lot, and I'd be willing to be hand in hand with black guys, black fathers, to try to change that, because I think that resoundingly black women have failed.
And things like that allows for the space to be used in a flexible way. Fractional leasing is one way that people are using placemaking. It's really popular. So there's a lot other better alternatives to using old commercial real estate and turning it into a community farm when a lot will suffice with a greenhouse.
Let's say there's
a lot cheaper and a lot more efficient.
So maybe you didn't understand my point.
If you
One second, if I can respond to that. You misunderstood my point. So there's a trend moving away from office, right? So there's going to be office buildings that go into default, right? Which means that the outstanding debt isn't going to be satisfied, and they're going to foreclose, and they're going to need to find a buyer, right? Now, there could be a buyer for more office, or it could be a buyer for multifamily conversion, right? Or it could be a buyer, or there'll never be a buyer. There'll never be somebody that wants this outdated, obsolete office building with no parking, with with small ceilings, small bays, so on and so forth, right? In which case, if that's such a scenario presents itself, then it could be feasible to convert it to a farm, right? Now, what you're imagining in your mind is that there's this office building that is underutilized, high vacancy, still operating, and I'm saying convert that operating, somewhat desirable office building into hydroponic lab. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying when we go through our, secondary, tertiary cities, and we see them blown out, and nobody, wants to do anything in there. Dollars aren't chasing it because all the dollars are focused on the primary cities and on AI and other cleaner, easier things to do. Then these will become more desirable for these sorts of conversions. That's the way I want you to think about it. Don't think about you're in downtown Los Angeles, and I'm telling you to convert downtown Los Angeles office space into a hydroponic farm, right?
I'm following.
Okay,
Yes,
cool.
I got it. But I still completely disagree. Just because.
So you just want to be argumentative. Got it.
No.
Respond, Concrete. Let her respond. Thank you.
Go ahead. Respond.
Okay. All right. So find a piece of bare ground, the cheapest ground you can find in the United States that is somewhat fertile.
go out there and then try to make a profit. I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and urges, I may do harm to my natural development. I am a mature person. I can read whatever I wish. Watch whatever kind of TV program or movies I wish. It doesn't affect me at all if I always say no to others in regard to sex or drugs or alcohol. I will never be accepted by others. I will never have any friends. I don't need confession. Seem to be answered. Seem to be answered. So what is the use of praying? My conscience is the only God I need. As long as I am at peace with my conscience, I need not worry. Even if some of my acts and decisions are not always with the teachings of the church at and so on without end is the cleverness of the evil one in exploiting our weaknesses, our likes and dislikes. I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and urges, I may do harm to my natural development. I am a mature person. I can read whatever I wish. Watch us resolve. Today, let us resolve. Today, let us resolve to accept the huge amount of grace that God is raining down on us. We have this biblical promise, so Romans 5:20% increase, grace abound, all the more. There is no doubt that sin is increasing today. Everywhere we look, so we know that there is an abundance of grace raining down from heaven on each and every one of us as well. But our sins and our pride have this umbrellas to keep the graces away from our soul. So let's pray, to accept the graces. Today, let us resolve. Today, let us resolve to accept the huge amount of grace that God has written down on us. We have His biblical promise in Romans 5:20% increase, grace abounding all the more. There is no doubt that sin is increasing today. Everywhere we look, so we know that there is an abundance of grace raining down from heaven on each and every one of us as well. Today, let us resolve. Today, dying to self, killing your ego, and living in the perfect imitation of Christ and Mary. When you're forgotten or neglected and you don't hurt with the insult, but your heart is happy, that is dying to self. When your advice is disregarded, your opinion's ridiculed, and you refuse to let anger rise in your heart, and take it all in patience, loving silence that is dying to soul. When you love patiently, bend in disorder, irregularly talking at the same time, noise and endurance, as Jesus endured, that is dying to soul. When you never care for yourself in conversation, or record your own good works, or itch for praise after an accomplishment, when you can truly love to be unknown. When you can see your brother's face that prospered and can honestly rejoice with him and feel no envy, even though your needs are greater. That is dying to serve. When you are content with any food, any offering, any raiment, any climate, or any society, that is dying to self. When you can take correction, when you can humbly submit inwardly as well as outwardly, with no rebellion or resentment rising up within your heart, that is dying to soul. Dying You can humbly submit inwardly as well as outwardly, with no rebellion or resentment rising up within your heart. That is dying to self.
Frequent confession is the cause of great good to the soul, because it purifies it, heals it, and confirms it in the service of God. We ought not therefore to omit confession on fixed days for any business whatsoever, but go to confession first, and to business afterwards, and the first will help the last. We go to confession. We ought to persuade ourselves to find Jesus Christ in the person of our confessor. Give me 10 men really detached from the I have the heart to believe I could convert the world with this. He who communicates often as he ought to do brings forth good fruit. The fruit of humility, the fruit of patience, the fruit of all the virtues. Five penitents are not to go to confession for temporal ends. To get arms and the like, we ought to make no account of the honest person, notwithstanding that he may possess other virtues. Seven, the Holy Spirit says I'm related to pastor. He who hears and obeys his superiors hears and obeys me, and he who despises them despises and disobeys me. Hey, hey. The servant of God would fain walk with more security through so many snares scattered in every place. He should have our blessed lady as his mediatrix with her son. Not the sick man may desire to get well, provided he feels his desire always within if it please God. If it is good for my soul, for we can do many good things in health which sickness hinders us from doing. Sin and sickness we ought to ask God to give us patience, because it often happens that when a man gets well, he not only does not do the good he proposed to do when he was sick, but he multiplies his sins and his ingratitude. Moe is a blind rat, which always stays in the ground and eats earth and hollows it out, but is never satisfied with it. So is the avaricious man or woman. 12 penitents should never make vows without the advice of their spiritual fathers. If we do make such vows, it is best to make them conditionally. For example, I make a vow to have 2 masses said on S. Lucy's Day with this bargain. If I can, if I do not forget it, because if I do not remember it, I do not wish to be bound. I do not wish to be bound. I do not wish to be bound. When a man has to buy anything, he ought not to do so because he is moved by an attachment to the thing, but from want and necessity. For it will never do to buy attachments. 15 certain little voluntary attachments of self-love must be cut through, and then we must dig round them and then remove the earth till we get down deep enough to find a place where they are rooted and interlaced together. 16, a person must be ready to endure, and through a virtuous motive he is mortified by others, and even when God permits him to be in that order with others and regarded and driven away as an infected sheep. 17, our enemy, the devil who fights with us in order to vanquish us, seeks to disunite us in the houses and to breed quarrels, dislikes contests and rivalries, because while we are fighting with each other, he comes and conquers us and makes us more securely his own. 18, he who does not think on the benefits he receives from God in this life, and all those greater ones his mercy has prepared, and that other life of bliss does not nourish love to God, but kills and freezes it. 19, if a soul could altogether abstain from venial sins, the greatest pain it could have would be to be detained in this life. So great would its desire be of union with God. 20, in the persecutions which bad men excite against piety is not a particular feeling of devotion on the chief feasts of the year. Let us reflect that the word left heaven and stooped to become man for us. 23. Besides pardoning those who persecute us, we ought to feel pity for the delusion they are laboring under. 27. To one who really loves God, there is nothing more harassing or burdensome than life. The great thing is to become saints. In order to enter paradise, we must be well justified and well purified. Let the young man look after the flesh, and the old man after avarice, and we shall all be saints together. Where there is no great mortification, there is no great sanctity.
The sanctity of a man lies in the breadth of 3 fingers.
The forehead.
That is to say, in mortifying the understanding, which would feign reason upon things.
He who really wishes to become a saint must never defend himself, except in a few rare cases, but always acknowledge himself in fault, even when what is alleged against him is untrue.
What we know of the virtues of the saints is the least part of them.
The relics of the saints ought to be venerated, and we may laudably keep them in our room, but it is not well, unless for some grave occasion, to wear them on our persons, because it will often happen then that they are not treated with all the respect which is becoming. 9. The old patriarchs possessed riches and had wives and children, but they lived without defiling their affections with these things, although they possessed them, because they only allowed themselves the use of them, and were ready to abandon them in whatever way the majesty of God might require of them.
10.
We ought to pray God importunately to increase in us every day the light and heat of his goodness.
11.
It is an old custom with the servants of God always to have some little prayers ready, and to be darting them up to heaven frequently during the day, lifting their minds to God from out of the filth of this world. He who adopts this plan will get great fruit with little pains.
12 tribulations, if we bear them patiently, for the love of God appear bitter at first, but they grow sweet when one gets accustomed to the taste.
The man who loves God with a true heart and prizes him above all things sometimes sheds floods of tears in prayer and has an abundance of favors and spiritual feelings coming upon him with such vehemence that he is forced to cry out, Lord, let me be quiet. But a man ought not to seek for these sweetnesses and sensible devotions forcibly, for he will be easily deluded by the devil and will run a risk of injuring his health. When the soul lies resignedly in the hands of God and is contented with the divine pleasure, it is in good hands and has the best security that good will happen to it.
To be entirely conformed and resigned to the divine will is truly a road in which we cannot get wrong, and is the only road which leads us to taste and enjoy that peace which sensual and earthly men know nothing of.
Routine resignation is all in all to the sick man. He ought to say to God, Lord, if you want me, here I am. Although I've never done any good, do with me what you will. 18. Never make a noise of any sort in church, except for the greatest necessity. 19. Patience is necessary for the servant of God, and we must not be distressed in trouble or wait for consolation.
20.
When seculars have once chosen their secular state, let them persevere in it, and in the devout exercises which they have begun, and in their works of charity, and they shall have contentment in their death.
21.
The vocation to the religious life is one of the great benefits which the Mother of God obtains from her there ain't nothingness. The way which God takes with the souls that love Him by allowing them to be tempted and to fall into tribulations is a true espousal between Himself and them. Tenny. In passing from a bad state to a good one, there is no need of counsel, but in passing from a good one to a better time, counsel and prayer must go to decision. We must continually pray to God for the conversion of sinners, thinking of the joy there is in heaven both to God and the angels in the conversion of each separate sinner. To speak of ourselves without cause, saying, I have said, I have done, incapacitates us from receiving spiritual consolations. We ought to desire to be in such a condition as to want sixpence and not be able to get it. Let us despise gold, silver, jewels, and all that the blind and cheated world vainly and ignorantly prizes. Let us learn here below to give God the confession of praise which we ought to hope to give Him in heaven above. He who wishes to go to paradise must be an honest man and a good Christian, and not give heed to dreams. 8 fathers and mothers of families should bring up their children virtuously, looking at them rather as God's children than their own, and to count life and health and all they possess as loans which they hold of God. In saying the Pater Noster, we ought to reflect that we have God for our Father in heaven, and so go on making a sort of meditation of it word by word. Tend to make ourselves disaffected to the things of the world. It is a good thing to think seriously of the end of them, saying to ourselves, and then, 11. The devil, who is a most haughty spirit, is never more completely mastered than by humility of heart and a simple, clear, undisguised manifestation of our sins and temptations to our confessor. 12. We ought not ordinarily to believe prophecies or to desire them, because it is possible there may be many deceits and snares of the devil therein. It is the most useful thing, when we see another doing any spiritual good to his neighbor, to seek by prayer to have a part in that same good which the Lord is working by the hand of another. At communion, we ought to ask for the remedy of the vice to which we feel ourselves most inclined. 15. To him who truly loves God, nothing more displeasing can happen than the lack of occasion to suffer for Him. 16. We ought to hate no one, for God never comes where there is no love of our neighbors. We must accept our own death and that of our relations when God shall send it to us, and not desire it any other time, for it is sometimes necessary that it should happen at that particular moment for the good of our own and their souls. 18. The perfection of a Christian consists in knowing how to mortify himself for the love of Christ. He who desires ecstasies and visions does not know what he is desiring. 20. As for those who run after visions, dreams, and the like, we must lay hold of them by the feet and pull them to the ground by force, lest they should fall into the devil's net, when according to the rules of the fathers and ancient monks, whoever wishes to advance in perfection must hold the world in no reputation. For it is nothing more displeasing to God than our being inflated with self-esteem. When a man knows how to break down his own will and to deny his soul what it desires, he's got a good degree in virtue. When a man falls into any bodily infirmity, he must lie and think and say, God has sent me this sickness because He wishes something of me. I must therefore make up my mind to change my life and become better. When a man has a tribulation sent him from God and is impatient, we may say to him, you are not worthy that God should visit you. You do not deserve so great a good. Poverty and tribulations are given us by God as trials of our fidelity and virtue, as well as to enrich us with more real and lasting riches in heaven. Scruples ought to be most carefully avoided, as they disquiet the mind and make a man melancholy. Let us throw ourselves into the arms of God and be sure that if He wishes anything of us, He will make us good for all He desires us to do for Him. Nothing helps a man more than prayer. Persons who live in the world should persevere in coming to church to hear sermons and remember to read spiritual books, especially the lives of the saints. Temptation comes, a man should remember the sweetnesses he has had in prayer at other times, and he will thus easily master the temptation. The temptation. The fervor of spirituality is usually very great in the beginning, but afterwards the Lord fidgets along his sorrow, makes as though He would go farther. In such a case we must stand firm and not be disturbed, because God is then withdrawing His most holy hand of sweetnesses to see if we are strong, and then if we resist and overcome those tribulations and temptations, the sweetest hits and heavenly consolations. Return! We ought to apply ourselves to the acquisition of virtue, because in the end the whole terminates in greater sweetnesses than before. And the Lord gives us back all our favors and consolations double five. It is easy to infuse the most fervent devotion into others, even in a short time. But the great matter is to persevere. He who continues in anger, strive for the spirit, as a taste of the air of hell, and to obtain the protection of our blessed Lady. Our most treasured ones, it is very useful to say 63 times after the passion of the rosary. Virgin Mary, Mother of God, pray to Jesus for me. Pray to Jesus for me. When we make this prayer to our blessed Lady, we give her every possible praise and the least possible compass, because we call her by her name of Mary. And give her those two great titles of Virgin and Mother of God, and the name Jesus, the fruit of her most pure womb. The things of this world do not remain constantly with us, for if we do not leave them before we actually die, in death at least we all infallibly depart as empty-handed as we came. Tend to pray without requires the whole man. Discipline and other like things are not to be practiced without the leave of a confessor. He who does it of his own mind will either hurt his constitution or become proud, fancying to himself that he has done some great thing. 12, God takes a special delight in the humility of a man who believes that he has not yet begun to do any good. 13. Before going to confession and taking counsel with our director, it will be very useful to pray for a sincere goodwill to become a really holy man. 14, who runs away from one cross will be one on his road. 15, Christ died for sinners. We must take our therefore and hope that paradise will be ours, provided only we repent of our sins and do good. Never let a sick man set himself to reason with the devil, otherwise he will inevitably be taken in. Let him appeal to his ghostly father, of whom the devil stands in mortal fear. 17, he who serves God must do the best he cannot to receive the reward of his labors in this world. In giving alms to the poor, we must act as good ministers of the providence of God. 19, he who feels that the vice of avarice has got hold of him should not wish to observe fasts of supererogation, but to give alms. 20, perfection cannot be attained without the greatest toil. 21, as soon as we are stripped of the sordid garb of avarice, we shall be clothed with the royal and imperial vest of the opposite virtue, liberality. Even in the midst of the crowd, we can be going on to perfection. 23, not everything which is better in itself is better for each man in particular. 24, him. He who continues in anger, strife, and a bitter spirit as a taste of the air of hell, to obtain the protection of our blessed Lady in our most certain wants. It is very useful to say 63 times a profession of a rosary, Virgin Mary, Mother of God, pray to Jesus for me. When we make this prayer to our blessed Lady, we give her every possible praise in the least possible confidence, because we call her by her name of Maui and give her those two great titles of Virgin and Mother of God, and the name Jesus, the fruit of her most pure womb. Things of this world do not remain constantly with us, for if we do not leave them before we actually die, in death at least we all infallibly depart as empty-handed as we came. To pray what requires the whole man. 11. The discipline and other like things are not to be practiced without the leave of our confessor. He who does it of his own mind will either hurt his constitution or become proud, fancying to himself that he has done some great thing. 12. God takes a special delight in the humility of a man who believes that he has not yet begun to do any good. 13. Before going to confession or taking counsel with a director, it will be very useful to pray for a sincere goodwill to become a really holy man. 14. He who runs away from one cross will meet a bigger one on his road. 15. Christ died for sinners, we must take up their form and hope that paradise will be ours, provided only we repent of our sins and do good. 16. Never let a sick man set himself to reason with the devil, otherwise he will inevitably be taken in. Let him appeal to his ghostly father, of whom the devil stands in mortal fear. 17. He who serves God must do the best he cannot to receive the reward of his labors in this world. 18. In giving alms to the poor, we must act as good ministers of the providence of God. 19. He who feels that the vice of avarice has got hold of him should not wish to observe fast and supererogation, but to give alms. 20. Perfection cannot be attained without the greatest toil. 21. As soon as we are stripped of the sordid garb of avarice, we shall be clothed with the royal and imperial vest of the opposite virtue, liberality. Tuning in the midst of the crowd, we can be going on to perfection. 23. Not everything which is better in itself is better for each man in particular. 24. Be devout to the Madonna. Keep yourself from sin, and God will deliver you from your evils. 25. If we wish to keep peace with our neighbors, we should never remind anyone of his natural defects. 26. We must sometimes bear with little defects in others we have against our own will to bear with natural defects in ourselves. 27. Men of rank ought to dress like their equals and be accompanied by servants, as their state requires, but modesty should go along with it all. 28. We should not be quick at correcting others, but rather to think of ourselves first. Saint Peter and the other apostles and apostolical men, seeing the Son of God born in poverty and then living so absolutely without anything that he had not where to lay his head, and contemplating in dead and a small thing. 14 they who have been exercised in the service of God for a long time. May in their prayers imagine all sorts of insults offered to them, such as blows, wounds, and the like. So in order to imitate Christ by their charity, they accustom their hearts beforehand to forgive real injuries when they come. Let us think of Mary, for she is that unspeakable virgin, that glorious lady who conceived and brought forth without detriment to her virginity. Him whom the width of the heavens cannot contain within itself, the true servant of God acknowledges no other country but heaven. And God infuses extraordinary sweetnesses into the soul, a manner to prepare for some serious tribulation or temptation. We have these extraordinary sweetnesses. We ought to ask of God for you to live whatever He may please to send us, and then to stand very much approved of God, because there is danger of sin behind. One of the most excellent means of obtaining perseverance is discretion. We must not wish to do everything at once, or become a saint in 4 days. 20 in our clothes we are like Bernard, to love poverty, but not filthiness. 21, he who wishes to advance his spirituality should never slur over his defects negligently without particular examination of conscience, even independent of the time of sacramental confession. 22, a man should not so attach himself to the means as to forget the end. Neither must we give ourselves so much to mortify the flesh as to forget to mortify the brain. We ought to desire the virtues of prelates, cardinals, and popes, their dignities. 21, the skin of self-love is fastened strongly on our hearts. Saint Peter and the other apostles, an apostolical man, seeing the Son of God born in poverty, God sends him daily does not do a small thing. They who have been exercised in the service of God for a long time, they in their prayers imagine all sorts of insults offered to them, such as blows, wounds, and the like. And so in order to imitate Christ by their charity, they accustom their hearts beforehand to forgive real injuries when they come. Let us think of Mary. She is that unspeakable virgin, the glorious lady, who conceived and brought forth, without detriment to her virginity, him whom the width of the heavens cannot contain within itself. Cannot contain within itself. Cannot contain within itself. The true servants of God acknowledges no other country but heaven. 17. When God infuses extraordinary sweetnesses into the soul, a man ought to prepare for some serious tribulation or temptation. 18. When we have these extraordinary sweetnesses, we ought to ask of God fortitude to bear whatever he may please to send us, and then to stand very much upon our guard, because there is danger of slipping behind. 19. One of the most excellent means of obtaining perseverance is discretion. We must not wish to do everything at once or become a saint in 4 days. 20 in our clothes, we are like desperate narcs who love poverty, but not filthiness. 21, he who wishes to advance in spirituality should never slur over his defects negligently without particular examination of conscience, even independent of the time of sacramental confession. Confession. Man should not so attach himself to the means as to forget the end. Neither must we give ourselves so much to mortify the flesh as to forget to mortify the brain, which is the chief thing after all. 21. We ought to desire the virtues of prelates, cardinals, and popes, but not their dignities. The skin of self-love is fastened strongly on our hearts, and it hurts us to flay it off. And the more we get down to the quick, the more keen and difficult it is. 25. This first step, which we ought to have taken of ourselves already, we are always in our mind. We never put it in execution. 21. A man ought to set about putting his good resolutions in practice and not change them lightly. We must not omit our ordinary devotions for every troubling occasion that may come in the way, such as going to confession. are required. To despise the world, to despise no person, to despise oneself, to despise being despised. 28 perfection consists in leading captive our own will and in playing the king over it. 20 a man ought to mortify his understanding in little things. If he wishes easily to mortify it in great ones, and to advance in the way of virtue. Love which our blessed Lady had, for God was so great that she saw keenly through her desire of union with him. Hence the eternal Father, to console her, sent her his only and beloved Son. If you wish to come where I am going, that is to glory, you must come this road. That is through thorns before communion. We ought to exercise ourselves in many acts of virtue. Prayer and communion are not to be made or desired for the sake of the devotion we feel in them. For that is seeking self and not God. But we must be frequent in both the one and the other in order to become humble, obedient, gentle, and patient. 5. When we see these virtues in a man, then we know that he has really gathered the fruit of prayer and of communion. Our sweet Jesus, through the excess of his love and liberality, has left himself to us in the most holy sacrament. Let all go to the Eucharistic table with a great desire for that sacred food. Sit in, sit in, sit in, sit in. Ain't to feel any displeasure because we are refused. The communion is a sign of hardness, pride, and a want of mortification. Those who are going to communion should prepare themselves for more temptations than usual. For the Lord will not have us stand idle. It is a good thing during the week that follows our communion day to do something more than usual. For example, to say 5 Our Fathers and Hail Marys with our arms extended, or an extra rosary 11. It is not a good thing to load ourselves with many spiritual exercises. It is better to undertake a little and go on with it. For if the devil can persuade us to omit an exercise once, he will easily get us to omit it the second time. And the third, until at last all our pious practices will melt away. We must take care of little faults, for he who once begins to go backward and to make light of such defects brings a sort of grossness over his conscience, and then goes wrong altogether. 13, the servant of God ought to seek knowledge, but never to show it or make a parade of it. Let us always go to confession with sincerity, and take this as our rule, never out of human respect to conceal anything from our confessor, however inconsiderable it may be. 15, he who conceals a grave sin in confession is completely in the devil's hands. 16, penitents should not generally change their confessors nor confessors be forward to receive the penitence of others. A few particular cases accepted. 17, wrong time falls into a serious fall. There is no better way of raising him up again than by exhorting him to manifest his state for the sake of his humility. For a young man to make sure of persevering, it is absolutely necessary that they should avoid wicked companions. And be familiar with good ones. In the spiritual life, there are 3 degrees. First may be called the animal life. This is the life of those who run after sensible devotion, which God generally gives to beginners to lure them onwards by that sweetness to the spiritual life. Just as an animal is drawn on by a sensible object. 20. The second degree may be called the human life. This is the life of those who do not experience any sensible sweetness, but by the help of virtue combat their own passions. The third degree may be called the angelic life. This is the life which they come to, who, having been exercised for a long time in the taming of their own passions, receive from God a quiet, tranquil, and almost angelic life. Even in this world, feeling no trouble or repugnance in anything. 22 of these 3 degrees, it is well to persevere in the second. Because the Lord will grant the third in his own good time. 23. We must not be too ready to trust young men who have great devotion. We must wait till their wings are grown, and then see what sort of a flight they make. 24. Outward modifications are a great help towards the acquisition of interior mortification and the other virtue. 25. You cannot put up with the loss of his honor, can never make any advance in spiritual things. 25. It is generally better to give the body rather too much food than rather too little, for the too much can be easily subtracted. When a man has injured his constitution by the too little, it is not so easy to get right again. 25. The devil has a crafty custom of sometimes urging spiritual persons to penances and mortification. In order that by going indiscreet, that's in this way. The love which our Blessed Lady had for God was so great that she suffered keenly through her desire of union with him. Hence the eternal Father, to console her, sent her his only and beloved Son. If you wish to come where I am going, that is to glory, you must come this road. That is through thorns. Before communion, we ought to exercise ourselves in many acts of virtue. Prayer and communion are not to be made or desired for the sake of the devotion we feel in them. For that is seeking self and not God. But we must be frequent in both the one and the other in order to become humble, obedient, gentle, and patient. When we see these virtues in a man, then we know that he has really gathered the fruit of prayer and of communion.
Our sweet Jesus, through the excess of his love and liberality, has left himself to us in the most holy sacrament.
Let all go to the Eucharistic table with a great desire for that sacred food. Seeds yet,
Ain't to
feel any displeasure, because we are refused the communion. Is a sign of haughtiness, pride, and a want of mortification. Those who are going to communion should prepare themselves for more temptations than usual. For the Lord will not have us stand idle.
It is a good thing, during the week that follows our communion day, to do something more than usual. For example, to say 5 Our Fathers and Hail Marys with our arms extended, or an extra rosary.
It is not a good thing to load ourselves with many spiritual exercises.
It is better to undertake a little and go on with it. For if the devil can persuade us to omit an exercise once, he will easily get us to omit it the second time, and the third, until at last all our pious practices will melt away.
Well, we must take care of little falls.
For he who once begins to go backward,
To make light of such defects brings a sort of grossness over his conscience, then goes wrong altogether. 13, the servant of God ought to seek knowledge, but never to show it or make a parade of it.
14, let us always go to confession with sincerity.
Take this as our rule, never out of human respect to conceal anything from our confessor.
How wet and inconsiderable it may be,
15, he who conceals a great sin in confession.
it's completely in the devil's hands.
16, penitents should not suddenly change their confessor.
Confessors be forward to receive the penitence of others.
A few particular cases accepted. When a person who has been living a spiritual life for a long time falls into a serious fall.
There is no better way of raising him up again than by exhorting him to manifest his fall to any pious friend with whom he has a particular intimacy.
And God will reconduct him to his first estate for the sake of his humility. Avoid wicked companions and be familiar with good ones.
19, in the spiritual life, there are 3 degrees to allure them onwards by that sweetness to the spiritual life.
Just as an animal is drawn on by a sensible object, but by the help of virtue combat their own passions.
20, when the 3rd degree may we call the angelic seed from God, a quiet, tranquil, and almost angelic life.
Even in this world, feeling no trouble or repugnance.
In his own good time.
20, we must not be too ready to trust young men who have great devotion.
We must wait till they're weak.
Position of interior mortification.
And the other virtues.
My king, he who cannot put up with the laws of his honor.
Can never make any advance in spiritual things.
It is generally better to give the body rather too much food than rather too little.
For the too much can be easily subtracted.
But when a man has injured his constitution by the too little,
It is not so easy to get right again.
the devil has a crafty custom of sometimes urging spiritual persons to penances and mortification.
In order that by going in discreet lengths in this way,
Think that Christ has shed all his blood for him, and not only forgave his enemies, but prayed the eternal Father to forgive them also.
he is calling down vengeance upon them.
3 men are generally the carpenters of their own crosses.
For it is concentrate ourselves so completely in the divine love, and enter so far into the living fountain of wisdom through the wounded side of our incarnate God,
That we may deny ourselves and our self-love, and and so be unable to find our way out of that wound again.
We must not give up praying and asking, because we do not get what we ask all at once.
He who is unable to spend a long time together in prayer should often lift up his mind to God by ejaculations.
We must often remember what Christ said, that not he who begins, but he that perseveres to the end shall be saved.
We ought to abhor every kind of affectation, whether in talking, dressing, or anything else.
9. When a scrupulous person has once made up his mind that he is not consented to a temptation,
He must not reason the matter over again to see whether he is really consented or not, for the same temptations often return by making this sort of reflections.
if those who are molested by scruples wish to know whether they have consented to a suggestion or not,
Especially in thoughts, they should see whether, during the temptation, they have always had a lively love to the virtue opposed to the vice in respect of which they were tended themselves always and in every.
very rarely peace. Humility alone comes off conquer over them.
13. Even in bodily indisposition, spiritual remedies are the most helpful.
As much love as we give to creatures, just so much we steal from the Creator.
15. Penitents ought never to force their confessor to give them leave to do anything against his inclinations.
16. He who has the slightest taint of avarice about him will never make the least advance in virtue.
17. Avarice is the pest of the soul.
18. Experience shows that men given to carnal sins are converted sooner than those who are given to avarice.
19. He who wishes for goods will never have devotion.
20. All sins are highly displeasing to God, but above all sensuality and avarice, which are very difficult to cure.
21. We must always pray God not to let the spirit of avarice domineer over us, but that we may live detached from the affections of this world.
25. Nothing in the world to please us. We ought to be pleased by this very not finding anything to please us.
23. He who wishes to attain to perfection must have no attachment to anything.
24. It is a good thing to leave the world and our possessions to serve God, but it is not enough.
25. The greatness of our love of God must be tested by the desire we have of suffering for his love.
Let us strive after purity of heart, for the Holy Spirit dwells in candid and simple minds.
27. The Holy Spirit is the master of prayer and causes us to abide in continual peace and cheerfulness, which is a foretaste of paradise.
28. If we wish the Holy Spirit to teach us how to pray, we must practice humility and obedience.
29. The fruit we ought to get from prayer is to do what is pleasing to the Lord.
30. A virtuous life consists in mortifying vices, sins, bad thoughts, and evil affections, and in exercising ourselves in the acquisition of holy virtues.
Let us be humble and keep ourselves down. Obedience, humility, detachment.
To acquire and preserve the virtue of chastity, we have need of a good and experienced confessor. Let a man who desires the first place take the last. As soon as a man feels that he is tempted, he should fly to God and devour the udder, that ejaculation which the fathers of the desert so much esteemed. Deus in agitorium meum intendi, Domini ad adjuvandum me festina, or that verse, cor mundum crea in me Deus. When sensual thoughts come into the mind, we ought immediately to make use of our minds and fix them instantaneously upon something or other. No matter what, never say what great things the saints do, but what great things God does in the saints. In the warfare of the flesh, only cowards gain the victory. That is to say, those who fly. We should be less alarmed for one who is tempted in the flesh and who resists by avoiding the occasions, than for one who is not tempted nation we ought not to say, I will do, I will say, for it is a species of presumption and self-confidence. We ought rather to say with humility, I know what I ought to do, but I do not know what I shall do. The stench of impurity before God and the angels is so great that no stench in the world can equal it. 12, we must not trust in ourselves, but take the advice of our spiritual father and recommend ourselves to everybody's prayers. 13, we must avoid lies as we would a pestilence. When we go to confession, we should accuse ourselves of our worst sins first, and of those things which we are most ashamed of, because by this means we put the devil to greater confusion and reap more fruit from our confession. 15, one of the very best means of obtaining humility is sincere and frequent confession. In trying to get rid of bad habits, it is of the greatest importance not to put off going to confession after a fall, and also to keep to the same confessor. In visiting the dying, we should not say many words to them, but rather help them by praying for them. 18, a sick man should make God a present of his will. And if it turns out that he has to suffer for a long time, he must submit to the divine will. The sick man must not fear when he is tempted to lose confidence, for if he has sinned, Christ has suffered and paid for him. 20, let the sick man enter into the sight of Jesus and his most holy wounds. Let him not be afraid, but combat manfully, and he will come forth victorious. The true way to advance in holy virtues is to persevere in a holy cheerfulness. 22, the cheerful are much easier to guide in the spiritual life than the melancholy. Those who wish to enter upon the religious life should first of all mortify themselves for a long time, and particularly mortify their will in things to which they have the greatest repugnance. 24, excessive sadness seldom springs from any other source than pride. 25, charity and cheerfulness or let a man who desires the first place take the last. As soon as a man feels that he is tempted, he should fly to God, loudly utter that ejaculation which the fathers of the desert so much esteemed. Deus in agitatorium melem tendi, Domine ad adjulandum me festinum. Or that verse, cormundum crea in me Deus. When sensual thoughts come into the mind, we ought immediately to make use of our minds and fix them instantaneously upon something or other, no matter what. Never say what great things the saints do, but what great things God does in his saints. In the warfare of the flesh, only cowards gain the victory, that is to say, those who fly. We should be less alarmed for one who is tempted in the flesh, and who resists by avoiding the occasions, than for one who is not tempted and is not careful confidence in me, for I am sure to fall if thou dost not help me. For, oh my Lord, look for nothing but evil from me. In temptation we ought not to say I would do, I will say, for it is a species of presumption and self-confidence. We ought rather to say with humility, I know what I ought to do, but I do not know what I shall do. The stench of impurity before God and the angels is so great that no stench in the world can equal it. We must not trust in ourselves, but take the advice of our spiritual father and recommend ourselves to everybody's prayers. We must avoid lies as we would a pestilence. When we go to confession, we should accuse ourselves of our worst sins first, and of those things which we are most ashamed of, because by this means we put the devil to greater confusion and reap more fruit from our confession. 15. One of the very best means of obtaining humility is sincere and frequent confession. In trying to get rid of bad habits, it is of the greatest importance not to put off going to confession after a fall, and also to keep to the same confessor. In visiting the dying, we should not say many words to them, but rather help them by praying for them. 18. A sick man should make God a present of his will, and if it turns out that he has to suffer for a long time, he must submit to the divine will. The sick man must not fear when he is tempted to lose confidence, for if he has sinned, Christ has suffered and paid for him. 20. Let the sick man enter into the sight of Jesus in his most holy wounds. Let him not be afraid, but combat manfully, and he will come forth victorious. The true way to advance in holy virtues is to persevere in a holy cheerfulness. The cheerful are much easier to guide in a spiritual life than the melancholy. 20. See the necessary to be cheerful, but we must not on that account give in to a buffooning spirit. One of the very best means of obtaining humility is sincere and frequent confession. In trying to get rid of bad habits, it is of the greatest importance not to put off going to confession after a fall, and also to keep to the same confessor. In visiting the dying, we should not say,
must never pray for a favor for anyone, except conditionally say, if it please God or the like. When a spiritual person feels a great calmness of mind in asking anything of God, it is a good sign that God either has granted it or will do so shortly. Free a man ought never to think he has done any good, or rest contented with any degree of perfection he may have attained. Because Christ has given us the type of our perfection in putting before us the perfection of the eternal Father. Be ye perfect, even as your heavenly Father is perfect. The sweetness which some experience in prayer is milk, which our Lord gives as a relish to those who are just beginning to serve Him. To leave our prayer when we are called to do some act of charity for our neighbor is not really a quitting of prayer, but leaving Christ for Christ, that is, depriving ourselves of spiritual sweetnesses in order to gain souls. It is good for a man to go from prayer rather with an appetite and desire to return to it, insatiated and weary. The wisdom of the scriptures is learned rather by prayer than by study. Aid a diligent charity in ministering to the sick is a compendious way to the acquisition of perfect virtue. 9, let women remain indoors and look after their families, and not be desirous of going into public. We must pray incessantly for the gift of perseverance. We must not leave off our prayers because of distractions and restlessness of mind, although it seems useless to go on with it. He who perseveres for the whole of his accustomed time, gently recalling his mind to the subject of his prayer, merits greatly. If in times of dryness in prayer we make acts of humility, self-knowledge, protestations of our own inability to help ourselves, and petitions for God's assistance, all this is real and substantial prayer. 13, the best remedy for dryness of spirit is to picture ourselves as beggars in the presence of God and the saints, and like a beggar to go first to one saint, then to another to ask a spiritual alms, and with the same earnestness as a poor fellow in the streets would ask an alms of us. We may ask a spiritual alms even corporally, by going first to the church of one saint, and then to the church of another to make our petition. Without prayer, a man will not persevere long in spirituality. We must have recourse to this most powerful means of salvation every day. If young men wish to protect themselves from all danger of impurity, let them never retire to their own rooms immediately after dinner, either to read or write or do anything else, but let them remain in conversation. Because at that time the devil is wont to assault us with more than usual vehemence. And this is that demon which is called in Scripture the noonday demon, and from which holy David prayed to be delivered. If young men would preserve their purity, let them avoid bad company. 18, let them also avoid nourishing their bodies delicately. Distinctly train for them the sons who succeed them, continue to follow the road marked out for them, will have the advantage of seeing their family persevere in holy ways and in the fear of God. In order to preserve their purity, young men should frequent the sacraments, especially confession. We must never trust ourselves, for it is the devil's way first to get us to feel secure and then to make us fall. We ought to fear and fly temptations of the flesh, even in sickness and in old age itself, nay, and so long as we can open and shut our eyelids, for the spirit of incontinence gives no truce either to place, time, or person. Our sweet Christ, the Word incarnate, has given himself to us for everything that was necessary for us, even to the hard and ignominious death upon the cross. One of the most efficacious means of keeping ourselves chaste is to have compassion for those who fall through their frailty, and never to boast in the least of being free, but with all humility to acknowledge that whatever we have is from the mercy of God. To be without pity for other men's faults is an evident sign that we shall fall ourselves short. In the matter of purity, there is no greater danger than the not fearing the danger. When a man does not distrust himself and is without fear, it is all over with him. He who wishes to be wise without the true wisdom, or saved without the Savior, is not well, the sick is not wise, but a fool. True devotion to the Blessed Virgin is actually necessary. into hell while he is alive runs a great risk of going there after he is dead. 20, the greatest help to perseverance in the spiritual life is the habit of prayer, especially under the direction of our confessor. 21, there is nothing the devil fears so much, and so much tries to hinder his prayer. And an excellent method of preserving ourselves from relapsing into serious faults is to say every evening, tomorrow I may be dead. 23, a man without prayer is an animal without the use of reason. The religious state is indeed the highest, but it is not suitable for all. 25, a most excellent means of learning how to pray is to acknowledge ourselves unworthy of such a benefit and to put ourselves entirely into the hands of the Lord. 26, the true preparation for prayer consists in the exercise of mortification. For he who wishes to give himself up to prayer without mortification is like a bird wishing to fly before it is fledged. We can never arrive at the captain ten of life if we do not first exercise ourselves laboriously in the active life. 21. We must exercise the spirit which God gives us in prayer. And follow that. When, for example, it inclines us to meditate on the passion, we must not wish to meditate on some other mystery. 21. When a person goes to communion, he ought to follow the same spirit he had in prayer, and not be casting about for new meditations. Well, when shall we have a mind to begin to do good? Tu nulla die silenia. Do not let a day pass without doing some good during it. We must not be behind time in doing good, for death will not be behind his time. For happy is the youth, because he has time before him to do good. It is well to choose some one good devotion, and to stick to it, and never to abandon it. He who wishes for anything but Christ does not know what he wishes. He who asks for anything but Christ does not know what he is asking. He who works and not for Christ does not know what he is doing. Let no one wear a mask, otherwise he will do ill, and if he has one, let him burn it. Spiritual persons ought to be equal to experience sweetness and consolation in the things of God, or to suffer and keep their ground in drynesses of spirit and devotion. And for as long as God pleads with us, there is no one else left to fear. He who wishes to be perfectly obeyed should give but few orders. 12, a man should keep himself down and not busy himself in mirabilis superse. 13, men should often renew their good resolutions and not lose heart because they are tempted against them. 14, come to perfection. 16, they who really wish to advance in the ways of God must give themselves up into the hands of their superiors always, whom they must obey in the place of God, disclosing to him with perfect freedom and simplicity egocentricity precludes any other from holding centrality in their lives. Sympathy may be learned, but empathy not. It is God-given. The church tells us much about giving from our abundance, but sparingly little on the humility and grace required to receive what we find ourselves in need. Any faith that inclusive and exclusively causes forbidding the healthy interaction of the members with others of different faiths, forbidding the company, sharing the food, even forbidding love and marriage. Is it not telling that not one of these exclusive faiths forbids or taking the money from those whom they exclude? Space is the vast canvas upon which God sketches out his designs, and upon which he paints his celestial masterpiece. No man, certainly no spiritual leader, dare be entrusted with one's personal spirituality. It is your responsibility, and yours alone to work out with mindful intent and critical assessment to replicate one's spiritual well-being is a dereliction of one's God-instructed responsibility. Any man that controls another man's spiritual walk does so at the peril to his soul. For God does not bestow this responsibility upon any man or woman, and to assume it is to take on a mantle that not even God assumes. Any other from holding centrality in their lives. Sympathy may be learned, but empathy not. It is God given. Taking the money from those whom they exclude. Space is the vast canvas upon which God sketches out his designs, and upon which he paints his celestial masterpiece. No man, certainly no spiritual leader, dare be entrusted with personal spirituality. It is your responsibility, and yours alone to work out with mindful intent and critical assessment. To replicate one's spiritual well-being is a dereliction of one's God-instructed responsibility. Any man that controls another man's spiritual walk does so at the peril to his soul. For God does not bestow this responsibility upon any man or woman, and to assume it is to take on a mantle that not even God assumes. And not even God assumes. Many atheists object to the existence of God because their egocentricity precludes any other from holding centrality in their lives. Sympathy may be learned, but empathy not. It is God-given. The church tells us much about giving from our abundance, but sparingly little on the humility and grace required to receive when we find ourselves in need. Many things have inclusive and exclusory causes, forbidding the healthy direction of the members with others of different faiths, forbidding the company, sharing the food, even forbidding love and marriage. Is it not telling that not one of these exclusive faiths forbids the taking of money from those who they exclude? Space is the vast canvas upon which God sketches out his designs, and upon which he paints his celestial masterpiece. No man, certainly no spiritual leader, dare be entrusted with one's personal spirituality. It is your responsibility, and yours alone, to work out with mindful intent and critical assessment. To replicate one's spiritual well-being is a dereliction of one's God-instructed any man that controls another man's spiritual walk does so at the peril to his soul. For God does not bestow responsibility upon any man or woman, and to assume it is to take on a mantle that not even God assumes. Many atheists object to the existence of God because their egocentricity precludes any other from holding centrality in their lives. Sympathy may be learned, but empathy not. It is God-given. The church tells us much about giving from our abundance, but sparingly little on the humility and grace required to receive when we find ourselves in need. Many faiths have inclusive and exclusory clauses, forbidding the healthy interaction of the members with others of different faiths, forbidding the company, sharing the food,
entrusted with one's personal spirituality. It is your responsibility, and yours alone, and worked out. Any man that controls another man's spiritual walk does so at the peril to his soul. For God does not bestow this responsibility upon any man or woman, and to assume it is to take on a mantle that not even God assumes.
Bees produce honey by simply pursuing the sweetest nectar exuding flowers. So to our own spiritual fruitfulness, we need only focus on the good, the beautiful, and the creative. Spirituality is like art. For it to be truly good, it must be first functional. Nothing has been invented or created, nor ever will be, that has not first been conceived by God and executed in nature. The clearest seeing eyes can be set in the ugliest faces, and the brightest minds in the most broken of bodies. Generous creative output facilitates God's generous input. One can never be more alive than in the moment of death. God talks clearest to those who talk to Him. What is prayer but a chat with Jesus? All faiths and beliefs have starting blocks for their believers. These starting blocks are agreed upon and assumed positions whose veracity it is impossible to debate. One of Christianity's starting blocks is that God is a loving God. Another is that we can have a personal relationship with Him, and that God has revealed Himself to us through incarnation. So to atheists, whose starting block is that there is no God, many people are offended at the belief or notion of God. However, just because they object strenuously to the existence of God does not mean the negation against God. An inability to comprehend the divine is a fatal error in imagination. Many atheists object to the existence of God because their egocentricity precludes any other from holding centrality in their lives. Sympathy may be learned, but empathy not. It is God-given. The church tells us much about giving from our abundance, but sparingly little on the humility and grace required to receive when we find ourselves in need. Bees produce honey by simply pursuing the sweetest nectar exuding flowers. So to our own spiritual fruitfulness, we need only focus on the good, the beautiful, and the creative. Spirituality is like art. For it to be truly good, it must be first functional. Nothing has been invented or created, nor ever will be, that has not first been conceived by God and executed in nature. The clearest seeing eyes can be set in the ugliest faces, and the brightest minds in the most broken of bodies. Generous creative output facilitates God's generous input. One can never be more alive than in the moment of death. God talks clearest to those who talk to Him. What is prayer but a chat with Jesus? All faiths and beliefs have starting blocks for their believers. These starting blocks are agreed upon and assumed positions whose veracity it is impossible to debate. Christianity's starting blocks is that God is a loving God. Another is that we can have a personal relationship with Him, and that God has revealed Himself to us through incarnation. To atheists, whose starting block is that there is no God. Many people are offended at the belief or empathy not. It is God-given. Humility and grace required to receive when we find ourselves in need. Wealth and need strip a man of need for God to. You mortals held the great, mighty, and famous, elevate and honor each other. This in sharp contrast to Jesus, who elevates the humble, downtrodden and contrite. It is not possible to love God and not His creation. One honors God by honoring His creatures. Today the clever pursue the mysteries of the creation.
people. This invariably leads to a wealth of belongings, yet a paucity of spirit so impoverishing as to leave them a pauper at death. An excess of money can be most elitist, for the farmer no longer needs to sow wheat. The miller need not mill flour, the baker need no longer bake, and the sinner need not eat of the bread of life. The doing church can find no satisfaction, for their efforts to please God through deeds leads to frantic and exhausting activity. People who cram their lives to the maximum with activities in a frantic effort before they die are lacking faith in the afterlife. There is no exclusion in Jesus, and should it rear its ugly head in any church, quickly exclude yourself. Just as light illuminates and gives dimension, color and detail to all it falls on, so too the Holy Spirit on our lives. Just as an artist attempts to reflect the works of nature in his drawings and paintings, so too the spiritual man and woman who seek to reflect the works of God in their life. Wealth and ease strip a man of need for God to. You will notice how the great, mighty, and famous elevate and honor each other. This in sharp contrast to Jesus, who elevates the humble, downtrodden and contrite. It is not possible to love God and not His creation. One honors God by honoring His creatures. Today the clever pursue the mysteries of the creation and not its creed. The man who focuses his life upon possessions instead of on people. This invariably leads to a wealth of belongings, yet a paucity of spirit so impoverishing as to leave him a pauper at death. An excess of money can be most delirious, for the farmer no longer needs to sow wheat. The miller need not mill flour, the baker need no longer bake, and the sinner need not eat of the bread of life. The doing church can find no satisfaction, for their efforts to please God through deeds leads to frantic and exhausting activity. People who cram their lives to the maximum with activities in a frantic effort before they die, lacking faith in the afterlife. There is no exclusion in Jesus, and should it rear its ugly head in any church, quickly exclude yourself. Just as light illuminates and gives dimension, color and detail to all it falls on, so too the Holy Spirit on our lives. Just as an artist attempts to reflect the works of nature in his drawings and paintings, so too the spiritual man and woman who seek to reflect the works of God in their lives.
Oh, great mystery, Jesus. You lived and died and lived forevermore. Bring me into union with you, that I too may live in you, and die in you, and live again in you. Spirituality is an earthly exercise using heavenly methods. One is never going to find God, not until the day one finally wakes to the realization that one hates and despises all that one is, has been, and will be. Many see the divine and the extraordinary, but few see his handiwork in the ordinary. Guilt for one's sins reduces proportionally to the frequency one commits them. To rise above oneself, one must first lower oneself to one's knees. God is the intelligence who wants to make himself known, doing nothing when one has a choice between doing good or evil is as good as doing evil. Good deeds can only have good outcomes. The cross offends both the religious and the secular. An atheist can be as much a fundamentalist as any Christian fundamentalist. Just because one cannot comprehend, or just because one has not experienced the mysteries of God, does not give one the right to deny his existence. No, there is only one citizenship. One can be proud of, God's prerogative alone. Great mystery, Jesus. You lived and died and lived forevermore. Bring me into union with you, that I too may live in you, and die in you, and live again in you. Spirituality is an earthly exercise using heavenly methods. One is never going to find God, not until day one finally awakes to the realization that one hates and despises all that one is, has been, and will be, will be, will be, will be. Many see the divine in the extraordinary, but few see his handiwork in the ordinary. Guilt for one's sins reduces proportionally to the frequency one commits them. To rise above oneself, one must first lower oneself to one's knees. God is the intelligence who wants to make itself known, doing nothing when one has a choice between doing good or evil is as good as doing evil. Good deeds can only have good outcomes. The cross offends both the religious and the secular, and envious can be as much a fundamentalist as any Christian fundamentalist. Just because one cannot comprehend, or just because one has not experienced the mysteries of God, does not give one the right to deny his existence. There is only one citizenship, one you can be proud of. One is heavenly citizenship, and the others are merely nationalism. If you cannot smell the sweat and see the dust within the text of the gospel, then the chances are you have not understood its message. What you find, no archaism in the sayings of Jesus, no medievalism, no dark ageism, none of the ridiculous, laughable, no exclusionism, and nothing arcane. Wealth can imprison the soul and bind the spirit, while poverty can free them. The reason why God demands that we not judge our fellow man is not that we are disallowed an opinion on right and wrong. But that judgment also entails a measuring out of punishment, and we know retribution is God's prerogative alone. People of titles of importance, Jesus only offers one, serving others for all affectations and vanities. Afflictions anchor our feet safely to our homes and steadies our eyes on Jesus. A spiritual life can be as casual as a pin doodle, or as rich as a painted masterpiece. God only grants earthly requests with spiritual outcomes. Many people would like nothing more than that. Someone other than themselves take all their life decisions. If they could, they would even turn God himself to the puppet master and themselves into puppets. We discover our beginnings and our endings. Many people are mistakenly thrown away the Christ by throwing out the church. Emotionally stingy people are invariably stingy with their possessions too. We learn appreciation and gratitude through deprivation and need, just as one can be advantaged by a genetic and cultural inheritance from one's family. It is also true that one can benefit from being the inheritor of a spiritual legacy. Parables, sayings, and proverbs are born in farmyards, stables, fields, and gardens. Those who are empathetic walk on wounded feet, give with pierced hands, and ponder with bleeding brow. People of titles, life can be as casual as a pen doodle, or as rich as a painted masterpiece. God only grants earthly requests with spiritual outcomes. Many people would like nothing more than that. Someone other than themselves take all their life decisions. If they could, they would even turn God himself to the puppet master and themselves into puppets. We discover our beginnings and our endings. Many people are mistakenly thrown importance, Jesus only offers one. Serving others are all affectations and vanities. Afflictions anchor our feet safely to our homes and steadies our eyes on Jesus. A spiritual life can be as casual as a pen doodle or as rich as a painted masterpiece. God only grants earthly requests with spiritual outcomes. Many people would like nothing more than someone other than themselves take all their life decisions. If they could, they would even turn God Himself into their puppet master and themselves into puppets. We discover our beginnings at our endings. Many people have mistakenly thrown away the Christ by throwing out the church. Emotionally stingy people are invariably stingy with their possessions too. We learn appreciation and gratitude through deprivation and need. Just as one can be advantaged by a genetic and cultural inheritance from one family, it is also true that one can benefit from being the inheritor of a spiritual legacy. Parables, sayings, and proverbs are born in farmyards, stables, fields, and gardens. Those who are empathetic walk on wounded feet, give with pierced hands, and ponder with bleeding brow. People love titles of importance, Jesus only offers one. Serving others are all affectations and vanity. Afflictions anchor our feet safely to our homes and steadies our eyes on Jesus. A spiritual life can be as casual as a pen. Many people would like nothing more than that someone other than themselves take all their life decisions. If they could, they would even turn God Himself into their puppet master and themselves into puppets. We discover our beginnings at our endings. Many people have mistakenly thrown away the Christ by throwing out the church. Emotionally stingy people are invariably stingy with their possessions too. We learn appreciation and gratitude through deprivation and need. Just as one can be advantaged by a genetic and cultural inheritance from one's family, it is also true that one can benefit from being the inheritor of a spiritual legacy. Parables, sayings, and proverbs are born in farmyards, stables, fields, and gardens. Those who are empathetic walk on wounded feet, give with pierced hands, and ponder with bleeding brows. People love titles of importance. Jesus only offers one. Serving others are all affectations and vanities. Afflictions anchor our feet safely to our homes and steadies our eyes on Jesus. Spiritual life can be as casual as a pen doodle or as rich as a painted masterpiece. God only grants earthly requests with spiritual outcomes. Many people would like nothing more than someone other than themselves take all their life decisions. If they could, they would even turn God Himself into their puppet master and themselves into puppets. We discover our beginnings and our endings. And when people have mistakenly thrown away the Christ by throwing out the church. Emotionally stingy people are inherently stingy with their possessions too. We learn appreciation and gratitude through deprivation and need. Just as one can be advantaged by a genetic and cultural inheritance from one's family, it is also true that one can benefit from being the inheritor of a spiritual legacy. Parables, sayings, and proverbs are born in farmyards, stables, fields, and gardens. Those who are empathetic walk on wounded feet, give
deprivation and need. Just as one can be advantaged by the genetic and cultural inheritance from one's family, it is also true that one can benefit from being the inheritor of a spiritual legacy. Parables, sayings, and proverbs are born in farmyards, stables, fields, and gardens.
in God and a personal Savior exercises the mind and stretches the consciousness in ways that atheists and agnostics cannot even begin to comprehend, let alone imagine. Those who seek the face of God do not make requests for insight, for wisdom, for power, for answers, or for faith. Instead, they hunger and thirst for God Himself. Sheer obedience to God or a fear of God can result in good and generous deeds. However, deeds of goodness and generosity that are born of our free-willed love for God are much the superior. The house called obedience must be built on a foundation called free will. It can never be built on a foundation of compliance and fear, for it will surely crumble. The reward for doing good is doing good. God rewards our good deeds by giving us greater capacity to do good. Only the truly hungry and thirsty find God. The target audience of Christ's parables and sayings are firstly oneself, and only then, your fellow man. Many of the rituals, rules, and practices of religions trivialize God. The words of Jesus are a literary dissent, a challenge to the political negation of the established order, an affront to the religious, a challenge to the connected. Positive thinking is not a synonym for faith. Better a fool's faith than a clever man's doubt. In the earthly realm, the accomplished and one of the first actions of the Holy Spirit is to give us some comprehension of our spiritual poverty. The truly hungry eat and do not ask questions of taste, origin, or quality. It is they who discover that the Lord is good. A true charismatic leads through humility, simplicity, and servanthood. Reject any others as charlatans in other religions. Salvation is one's destination. However, in Christianity, it is one's departure point. Disquiet in one's soul is indicative of a spiritual dilemma. Without disquiet, no man would ever bother to find God. The belief in God and a personal Savior exercises the mind and stretches the consciousness in ways that atheists and agnostics cannot even begin to comprehend, let alone imagine. Those who seek the face of God do not make requests for insight, for wisdom, for power, for answers, or for faith. Instead, they hunger and thirst for God Himself. Sheer obedience to God or a fear of God can result in good and generous deeds. However, deeds of goodness and generosity that are born of our free-willed love for God are much superior. The house called obedience must be built on a foundation called free will. It can never be built on a foundation of compliance and fear, for it will surely crumble. The reward for doing good is doing good. God rewards our good deeds by giving us greater capacity to do good. Only the truly hungry and thirsty find God. The target audience of Christ's parables and sayings are firstly oneself, and only then, your fellow man. Many of the rituals, rules, and practices of religions trivialize God. The words of Jesus are a literary dissent, a challenge to the political, a negation of the established order, an affront to the religious, a challenge to the connected. Positive thinking is not a synonym for faith. Better a fool's faith than a clever man's doubt. In the earthly realm, the accomplished and clever perceive the ignorant and simple. However, in God's realm, the order is reversed. The servant precedes his master, the poor, the rich, and the humble, the poor. One of the first actions of the Holy Spirit is to give us some comprehension of our spiritual poverty. The truly hungry eat and do not ask questions of taste, origin, or quality. It is they who discover that the Lord is good. A true charismatic leads through humility, simplicity, and servanthood. Reject any others as charlatans. In other religions, salvation is one's destination. However, in Christianity, it is one's departure point. Disquiet in one's soul is indicative of a spiritual dilemma. Without disquiet, no man would ever bother to find God. The belief in God and a personal Savior exercises the mind and stretches the consciousness in ways that atheists and agnostics cannot even begin to comprehend, let alone imagine. Those who seek the face of God do not make requests for insight, for wisdom, for power, for answers, or for faith. Instead, they hunger and thirst for God Himself. Sheer obedience to God or a fear of God can result in good and generous deeds. However, deeds of goodness and generosity that are born of our free will love for God are much the superior. The house called obedience compliance and fear, for it will surely crumble. The reward for doing good is doing good. God rewards our good deeds by giving us greater capacity to do good. Only the truly hungry and thirsty find God. The target audience of Christ's parables and sayings are firstly oneself, and then, and only then. Many of the rituals, rules, and practices of religion trivialize God. The words of Jesus connected, positive thinking is not a synonym for faith, but a fool's faith and a clever man's doubt. In the earthly realm, the accomplished and clever pursue the ignorant and simple. However, in God's realm, the order is reversed. The servant precedes his master, the poor, the rich, and the humble, the poor. One of the first actions of the Holy Spirit is to give us some comprehension of our spiritual poverty. The truly hungry eat and do not ask questions of taste, origin, or quality. It is they who discover that the Lord is good. A true charismatic leads through humility, simplicity, and servanthood. Reject any others as charlatans. In other religions, salvation is one's destination. However, in Christianity, it is one's departure point. Disquiet in one's soul is indicative of a spiritual dilemma. Without disquiet, no man would ever bother to find God. The belief in God and a personal Savior exercises the mind and stretches the consciousness in ways that atheists and agnostics cannot even begin to comprehend, let alone imagine. Those who seek the face of God do not make requests for insight, for wisdom, for power, for answers, or for faith. Instead, they hunger and thirst for God Himself. True obedience to God or a fear of God can result in good and generous deeds. However, deeds of goodness and generosity that are born of our free will love for God are much the superior. The house called obedience must be built on a foundation called free will. It can never be built on a foundation of compliance and fear, for it will surely crumble. The reward for doing good is doing good. God rewards our good deeds by giving us greater capacity to do good. Only the truly hungry and thirsty find God. The target audience of Christ's parables and sayings are firstly oneself, and then, and only then, your fellow man. Many of the rituals, rules, and practice of religion trivialize God. The words of Jesus are a literary dissent, a challenge to the political, a negation of established order, and affront to the religious, a challenge to the connected. Positive thing is not a synonym for faith, but a fool's faith and a clever man's doubt. In God and a personal Savior exercises the mind and stretches the consciousness in ways that atheists. Those who seek the face of God do not make requests for insight, for wisdom, for power, for answers, or for faith. Instead, they hunger and thirst for God Himself. Sheer obedience to God or a fear of God can result in good and generous deeds. However, deeds of goodness and generosity that are born of our free will love for God, much the superior. The house called obedience must be built on a foundation called free will. It can never be built on a foundation of questions of taste, origin, or quality. It is they who discover that the Lord is good. The true charismatic leads through humility, simplicity, and servanthood. Rejects any others as charlatans. In other religions, salvation is one's destination. However, in Christianity, it is one's departure point. Disquiet in one's soul is indicative of a spiritual dilemma. Without disquiet, no man would ever bother to find God. The belief in God and a personal Savior exercises the mind and stretches the consciousness in ways that atheists and agnostics cannot even begin to comprehend, let alone imagine. Those who seek the face of God do not make requests for insight, for wisdom, for power, for answers, or for faith. Instead, they hunger and thirst for God Himself. Sheer obedience to God or fear of God can result in good and generous deeds. However, deeds of goodness and generosity that are born of our free will love for God are much the superior. The house called obedience must be built on a foundation called free will. It can never be built on a foundation of compliance and fear, for it will surely crumble. The reward for doing good is doing good. God rewards our good deeds by giving us greater capacity to do good. Only the truly hungry and thirsty find gold. Target audience of Christ, parables and sayings are firstly oneself, and then and only then your fellow man. Many of the rituals, rules, and practices of religion trivialize God. The words of Jesus are a literary stand, a challenge to the political, the negation of the established order, and affronts to the religious, a challenge to the connected. Positive thinking is not a synonym for faith. Better a fool's faith than a clever man's doubt. In the earthly realm, the accomplished and clever proceed, the ignorant and simple, however, in God's realm, the order is reversed. The servant precedes his master, the poor, the rich, and the humble, the poor. One of the first actions of the Holy Spirit is to give us some comprehension of our spiritual poverty. Now, does not and will not assume the position of politician. That position is reserved for you alone. Neither does he direct any other person to this role. He does, however, provide you with enough bright stars in the firmament for you to steer a course to that distant shore. Many spiritual truths are overlooked simply because they are so obvious. Ritual purity is spiritual impurity. Whatever one does, do it in the belief that your deeds will become immortal. One must operate in the eternal future tense. True spirituality does not require the abuse and denigration of the flesh. This is an error born of the belief that the flesh must be sacrificed, for if one accepts the final and all-encompassing sacrifice of the Savior, all our attempts at propitiation are void. Furthermore, how can one manifest the Spirit if one fails to support and cherish the body who houses the Spirit and soul? It is extraordinary that those who detract and ridicule Christianity appear to be so interested, fascinated, and consumed in the very faith that they so vigorously derive. God extends freedom, but not privacy to His creatures. Free will frees us to love freely. Confirmation of one's faith only follows when one steps into the unconfirmed. God does not and will not assume the position of pilot to your ship. That position is reserved for you alone. Neither does He direct any other person to this role. He does, however, provide you with enough bright stars in the firmament for you to steer a course to that distant shore. Many spiritual truths are overlooked simply because they are so obvious. Ritual purity is spiritual impurity. Whatever one does, do it to believe that your deeds will become immortal. One must operate in the eternal future tense. True spirituality does not require the abuse and denigration of the flesh. privacy does not require the abuse and denigration of the flesh. This is an error born of the belief that the flesh must be sacrificed. For if one accepts the final and all-encompassing sacrifice of the Savior, all our attempts at propitiation are void. Furthermore, how can one manifest the Spirit if one fails to support and cherish the body who houses the Spirit and soul? 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 It is extraordinary that those who detract and ridicule Christianity appear to be so interested, fascinated, and consumed in the very faith that they so vigorously deride. God extends freedom, but not privacy to his creatures. Free will frees us to love freely. Confirmation of one's faith only follows when one steps into the unconfirmed. God does not and will not assume the position of pilot to your ship. That position is reserved for you alone. Neither does he direct any other person to this role. He does, however, provide you with enough bright stars in the firmament for you to steer a course to that distant shore. Many spiritual truths are overlooked simply because they are so obvious. Ritual purity is spiritual impurity. Whatever one does, do it in the belief that your deeds will become immortal. Must operate in the eternal future tense. True spirituality does not require the abuse and denigration of the flesh. This is an error born of the belief that the flesh must be sacrificed. One accepts the final and all-encompassing sacrifice of the Savior. All our attempts at propitiation are void. Furthermore, how can one manifest the Spirit if one fails to support and cherish the body who houses the Spirit and soul? It is extraordinary that those who detract and ridicule Christianity appear to be so interested, fascinated, and consumed in the very faith that they so vigorously deride. God extends freedom, but not privacy to his creatures. Free will frees us to love freely. Confirmation of one's faith only follows when one steps into the unconfirmed. God does not and will not assume the position of pilot to your ship. That position is reserved for you alone. Neither does he direct any other person to this role. He does, however, provide you with enough bright stars in the firmament for you to steer a course to that distant shore. Many spiritual truths are overlooked simply because they are so obvious. Ritual purity is spiritual impurity. Whatever one does, do it in the belief that your deeds will become immortal. Must operate in the eternal future tense. True spirituality does not require the abuse and denigration of the flesh. This is an error born of the belief that the flesh must be sacrificed. For if one accepts the final and all-encompassing sacrifice of the Savior, all our attempts at propitiation are void. Furthermore, how can one manifest the Spirit if one fails to support and cherish the body who houses the Spirit and soul? It is extraordinary that those who detract and ridicule Christianity appear to be so interested, fascinated, and consumed in the very faith that they so vigorously deride. God extends freedom, but not privacy to his creatures. Free will frees us to love freely. Confirmation of one's faith only follows when one steps into the unconfirmed. is saddening and disturbing that many people who have been the recipients of God's gift of grace find it difficult, sometimes impossible to extend even a small measure of that grace to their fellow men. There can surely be no theme, no storyline more thrilling than that God came down and dwelt amongst men. There is only one similarity between selfishness and generosity. When others indulge, they generate greater and greater levels of themselves. It is a sad observation that ingratitude often increases as grace increases. One learns gratitude by being a giver. Grace is gratitude amplified, gratitude withheld from a generous giver. Being God or man is an act of spiteful theft. Fundamentalists drive their views up the pyramid of dogma, right up to its pinnacle where there is no room for grace or love to stand. It is apparent that fundamentalism has cornered many Christians and locked them behind a wall of ignorance and fear. The kingdom of God is inclusive, not exclusive. Like the plucked strings of a harp, the whole of nature resonates with the presence of God. Religiosity and self-righteousness are the harrowed soils that grow the pernicious weeds of a judgmental and ungracious spirit. Fundamentalism grows out of fear, and fear out. Isn't it saddening and disturbing that many people who have been the recipients of God's gift of grace find it difficult and sometimes impossible to extend even a small measure of that grace? Like the bloodstains of a harp, the whole of nature resonates with the presence of God. Religiosity and self-righteousness are the harrowed soils that grow the pernicious weeds of a judgmental and ungracious spirit. Fundamentalism grows out of fear, and fear out of faithlessness. The antidote for a jealous heart is a complimentary tongue. Isn't it saddening and disturbing that many people who have been the recipients of God's gift of grace find it difficult and sometimes impossible to extend even a small measure of that grace to their fellow men? There can surely be no theme, no storyline more thrilling than that God came down and dwelt amongst men. There is only one similarity between selfishness and generosity, that when either is indulged, they generate greater and greater levels of themselves. It is a sad observation that ingratitude often increases as grace increases. One learns gratitude by being a giver. Grace
pinnacle where there is no room for grace or love to stand. It is apparent that fundamentalism has cornered many Christians and locked them behind a wall of ignorance and fear. The kingdom of God is inclusive, not exclusive. Like the plucked strings of a harp, the whole of nature resonates with the presence of God. Religiosity and self-righteousness are the hallowed soils that grow the pernicious weeds of a judgmental and ungracious spirit. Fundamentalism grows out of fear, and fear out of faithlessness. The antidote for a jealous heart is a complimentary tongue. Faith is akin to finding oneself hanging desperately on to the end of one's life rope, and then is desperation deciding to let go. Faith is an action of creativity. It gives birth to wisdom, love, insight, and satisfaction. Love is a fruitful womb. It births all good. We should live like the flowers of the meadow. Seeds of flowers germinate quickly when watered. Root firmly and then sprout readily to unfurl their leaves to the sun. And the plants bud and flower exuberantly, bear seed abundantly to finally wither away. We too should germinate faithfully, root courageously, sprout trustingly, unfurl obediently, flower gloriously, seed generously, and die graciously. A great wonder when we invite the Holy Spirit of God to dwell within us. God becomes incarnated. Spirit has put on a humble flesh. Now spirituality must never be solely mystical, rooted in living in life. Conversely, a spirituality of action indeed, devoid of mystery, is also empty. Christian mysticism develops from one's personal interaction with God, and must therefore be reserved primarily for oneself. The Sermon on the Mount stands like a majestic mountain before me. I can find no way to ignore, circumvent, or abrogate its perfect precepts. It's lofty peak beyond my mortal reach, yet forever beckoning me on to greater heights. Its rules are the pinnacle standard of all time, for all cultures and for all people. God's gift of grace to the sinner is precious relief, but to the self-righteous, atrocious unfairness. Grace is the flip side to love. Grace is the flip side to love. Grace is the flip side. Faith is akin to finding oneself hanging desperately on to the end of one's life rope, and then is desperation deciding to let go. Faith is an action of creativity. It gives birth to wisdom, love, insight, and satisfaction. Love is a fruitful womb. It births all good. We should live like flowers of the meadow. Seeds of flowers germinate quickly when watered. Root firmly and then sprout readily to unfurl their leaves.
becomes incarnated. Spirit has put on a humble flesh. Spirituality must never be solely mystical, but rooted in living in life. Conversely, a spirituality of action and deed, devoid of mystery, is also empty. Christian mysticism develops from one's personal interaction with God, and must therefore be obligated, perfectly set up since lofty peak beyond my mortal reach. Yet forever beckoning me on to greater heights. His rules are the pinnacle standard of all time, for all cultures and for all people. God's gift of grace to the sinner is precious relief, but to the self-righteous, atrocious unfairness. Grace is the flip side to love. Grace is the flip side to love.
The only road to God leads through the gateway called faith. What does God require of you? A pressing need, complete dependency, a burning desire, as well as a deep yearning for consummation with God. The progression of self-centered, selfish, self-love, self-sufficient, self-deficient. The selfish life is self-sufficient, but God ain't deficient. Love oneself enough, and you love no one, and no one will love you. Faith begins where self ends. Faith is trust in action. Trust is courage in action. Courage is desire in action. Desire is need in action. Faith begins with the single spiritual step and ends in the heavenly destination. Faith is curiosity satisfied. Faith stands up and runs when intellect fails and falls. Intellect draws strength from the past, while faith draws strength from the future. Faith, the road less traveled. We step out thinking faith is a long journey, and discover to our great surprise that it is only a step. Faith is an action, a movement away from yourself in the direction of God. You take a single step and God moves towards you across an eternity. Faith is the second in time that separates a life from an eternity. Faith is the point in the life where our ends off and God begins. The only road to God leads through the gateway called faith. What does God require of you? A pressing need, complete dependency, a burning desire, as well as a deep yearning for consummation with God. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The progression of self-centered, selfish, self-love, self-sufficient, self-sufficient. The selfish life is self-sufficient, but God ain't deficient. Love oneself enough, and you love no one, and no one will love you better. Yeah, faith begins with self-is. Faith is trust in action. Trust is courage in action. Courage is desire in action. Desire is need in action. Faith begins with the single spiritual step and ends in the heavenly destination. Faith is curiosity satisfied. Faith stands up and runs when intellect fails and falls. Intellect draws strength from the past, while faith draws strength from the future. Faith, the road less traveled. Yeah, faith is the second in time. Separates a life from an eternity. Faith is a point in the life, where I end off and God begins.
It is God's gift of free will that gives us more. The wherewithal to good or evil. For its freedoms allow obedience or rebellion. From obedience comes love, and from rebellion hate. God is love, and for God to precipitate love in us, He first had to bestow free will upon us. For without free will, we cannot love freely. For love is not born of compliance. So bring us God's will we love. That is our love of God is the womb that births free will. Free will is the womb that births appears as if they do not have the curiosity or courage to venture out on a search to find him. Mixed curiosity with courage, and one has faith. What can one possibly know about the love of God until one takes a step of courage in God's direction, and surprising oneself finds one in the encouraging arms of God. Faith gives birth to trust. It is God's gift of free will that gives us more